Welcome to Moonlight Mysteries, a calm space for long, research-rich mysteries. If you enjoy these sleepy deep dives, please like this video, subscribe, and tap the bell so you don't miss new episodes. If you'd like to support the channel, a quick comment with your favorite moment helps more people find us. Now settle in, dim the lights, and let's begin. The Rendlesham Forest Incident. Introduction. It is a cold winter night in rural Suffolk, England. The year is 1980, just a day past Christmas. A gentle breeze rustles the pine trees of Rendlesham Forest, a quiet expanse of woodland not far from the North Sea coast. In the distance, nestled amid the darkness, stand two military airfields, twin Royal Air Force bases, called Bentwaters and Woodbridge, at this time operated by the United States Air Force. On this tranquil night, most personnel at the bases are winding down after the holidays, unaware that an extraordinary chain of events is about to unfold in the woods nearby. What happens over the next few nights in this sleepy corner of England will become one of the world's most famous UFO incidents. It will come to be known as the Rendlesham Forest Incident, often dubbed Britain's Roswell. In the decades to follow, it will spark intense debate, intrigue, and speculation. But on these nights themselves, all that the witnesses know is that something strange and unexplained is occurring in the forest, a mystery that to this day has not been definitively solved. In this narrative, we will explore the Rendlesham Forest incident in exhaustive detail. We will journey through the events night by night, meet the key witnesses, and hear their backgrounds, delve into official documents and responses, and examine the many theories, both conventional and fringe. Allow yourself to settle in comfortably as we begin this extensive chronicle. We will move slowly and deliberately, painting a full picture of the events in their context. Though the subject is mysterious, our tone will remain soft and reassuring, guiding you through the story with a sense of wonder rather than alarm. By the end, you will have heard every detail, perhaps more than enough to drift off into dreams filled with twinkling lights and whispering pines. Let us begin by setting the stage, the environment and context in which the Rendlesham events took place, and the people who lived through them. Chapter 1. Cold War Suffolk and the Twin Bases. To truly understand the Rendlesham Forest incident, we must first appreciate where and when it happened. Our journey begins with the locale and historical context, which form the backdrop for the strange sightings. Rendlesham Forest is a large, tranquil woodland in Suffolk, a county on England's east coast. The forest is a mix of tall conifer plantations and patches of broadleaf trees, interspersed with heathland clearings and swampy hollows. In winter, the forest can be especially quiet, nearly silent except for the occasional call of a night bird or the bark of a deer. A narrow country road runs along one edge of the forest. Beyond the trees to the east lies the flat expanse of coastal lands in the cold waters of the North Sea. On clear nights, stars shine brightly in the rural darkness, and a distant lighthouse on the coast casts a rotating beam of light that faintly illuminates the sky every few seconds. This lighthouse at Orford Ness, about 5 miles away, is one of the brightest in Britain in 1980. Its beam, however, is partially shielded on the landward side, intended to spare inland communities from its glare, leaving only a directed flash out to sea and inadvertently towards the forest. The sweeping lighthouse beam will become an important detail later in our story, as some will suggest it could explain the mysterious lights seen among the trees. But on these nights, few of the airmen are thinking about the lighthouse. Their minds are occupied by other concerns. Rendlesham Forest sits adjacent to 2 military bases that, at the time of our story, host the United States Air Force's 81st Tactical Fighter Wing. RAF Bentwaters lies just north of the forest, and RAF Woodbridge borders the forest's western edge. These installations are known as the Twin Bases, operating in tandem under the American command, though officially Royal Air Force properties on British soil. Since the early 1950s, at the height of the Cold War, these bases have been a crucial part of NATO's defense in Europe. They house squadrons of A-10 Thunderbolt II jets, and if rumors are to be believed, possibly stockpile special weapons, perhaps nuclear ordnance, in their arsenal. Although any nuclear presence was kept secret due to political sensitivities, the mere possibility that nuclear weapons were stored at the bases will later give the UFO incident an added layer of significance to some observers. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge played roles in the Cold War operations. By 1980, the Cold War tension still simmered. Uniformed American servicemen patrol the perimeters with jeeps and security police dogs. Guard towers and gates are manned around the clock. The surrounding Suffolk countryside is mostly quiet farmland and forest, and relations with the local English community are generally friendly. The biggest excitement might typically be a training exercise or the roar of jets overhead on maneuvers. Certainly, no one at the base expects anything out of the ordinary during the peacetime lull of the Christmas holiday. The incident takes place over several days between Christmas and New Year's of 1980, a period when many personnel are on leave or relaxing. The exact dates can be a little confusing due to later reporting errors, but the key nights in question are the early hours of December 26, 1980, and again the early hours of December 28, 1980, with some activity also reported on the night in between December 26th through 27th. The weather in Suffolk at this time is seasonably cold. Nights hover near freezing, and the ground in the forest might be hard with frost. Skies are generally clear to partly cloudy. In the darkness, the landscape takes an otherworldly stillness. One can imagine how the tall pines of Rendlesham Forest sway gently under a starlit sky, with pockets of fog sometimes gathering in low-lying areas. It's a peaceful setting, but also an isolated one, especially around the east gate of RAF Woodbridge, a gate at the forest's edge that opens onto a lonely road. Security patrol have reported that on quiet nights, they can sometimes hear strange sounds from the forest, the bark of buntjack deer, which can sound uncannily like a person screaming, or the crack of branches as animals move in the underbrush. These sounds are well known to a seasoned personnel and usually do not raise alarm. But when unusual lights are added to the mix, even the most experienced guard might get spooked. While we focus on 1980, it's interesting to note that this region had seen mysterious aerial phenomena before. In fact, the area around RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge has a small footnote in UFO lore dating back to the 1950s. In August 1956, an incident known as the Lakenheath-Bentwaters UFO encounter took place not far from here and would later become a Cold War UFO legend, studied by officials and skeptics alike. It began on a warm, clear night, 13th of August 1956, with many Perseid meteors streaking overhead. But amid those shooting stars, military radar operators picked up something far more anomalous. Shortly after 21:30 that night, U.S. Air Force personnel at RAF Bentwaters radar station spotted an unusual target coming in from the North Sea. The blip appeared similar to a normal aircraft on scope, but was moving extremely fast, at several thousand miles per hour, far beyond any known plane's capability. At the same time, multiple other radar returns were detected slowly moving to the northeast. These merged into one large radar echo, several times stronger than a typical bomber's return, before that combined target vanished off the screen. Another rapid moving object was seen zipping east to west on the radar. Unsure what they were dealing with, officers scrambled a jet to investigate. A two-manned T-33 trainer aircraft from the 512th Fighter Inceptor Squadron. The T-33's crew, First Lieutenant Charles Metz and Andrew Rowe, swept the sky but saw nothing unusual. In fact, the only light they reported was an amber star-like object low on the horizon, which turned out to be the planet Mars, rising in the southeast. For a little while, it seemed the alarm might have been a false one. Around 22:55, however, Bentwaters' radar picked up yet another striking target, this time approaching from the east at an astonishing speed, estimated between 2,000 and 4,000 miles per hour. As this fast-moving object neared the base, the radar blip momentarily vanished, leading some to suspect a radar anomaly or blind spot directly overhead, and then reappeared heading out to the west. At the same moment, personnel on the ground saw a bright white light streaking across the sky above, as if pacing the radar target. A USAF pilot flying a C-47 cargo plane at 4,000 feet over Bentwaters radioed in that a brilliant light had just zipped beneath his aircraft. Realizing something truly unusual was transitioning their airspace, Bentwaters controllers urgently alerted the radar station at RAF Lakenheath, another U.S.-operated base about 40 miles to the northwest, to be on the lookout for unidentified targets headed their way. Within minutes, ground personnel at Lakenheath indeed began reporting strange sights. They observed several luminous objects maneuvering in the night sky, including two bright lights that approached from the south, made a sharp turn in unison, and then merged into a single object before speeding off at high velocity. Observers described the unknown lights as if about the size of a golf ball held at arm's length, and noted that they dwindled to pinpoint size as they receded into the distance. This behavior, a slow fade out rather than a quick burnout, did not match meteors or shooting stars, which gave further credence that something solid, or at least controlled, was moving out there. By now, the situation had the full attention of both the USAF and RAF personnel on duty. As the bizarre radar tracks continued near Lakenheath, the decision was made to scramble interceptors' aircraft to investigate. Sometimes around midnight, two RAF de Havilland Venom night fighters were launched from a nearby airfield to catch the UFO. What happened next has become one of the most extraordinary and eerie episodes in UFO lore. Lakenheath's radar guided the first Venom jet towards the unknown target, and the pilot managed to get an initial radar lock-on. But as he closed in, the object suddenly maneuvered behind his fighter in the blink of an eye, as if reacting intelligently to the interception. The bewildered pilot exclaimed that the UFO had moved to his rear, and now it was chasing him. For the next 10 minutes, ground controllers watched in astonishment as the hunter became the hunted. The Venom pilot tried taking violent, evasive maneuvers, but the bright object stuck to his tail through every turn. On the radio, he sounded shaken, worried, excited, and also pretty scared, according to one USAF sergeant listening in. A second Venom had been scrambled, but it never engaged the UFO. It had to return to base due to mechanical trouble before getting into the fray. Eventually, the first Venom also broke off and headed home low on fuel, and the mysterious target finally streaked away to the north and disappeared from both radar and visual contact. The strange aerial intruders that had roamed over Suffolk for several hours in the middle of the night were gone as abruptly as they had arrived. Unlike many UFO sightings of the 1950s, the Lakenheath Bentwaters encounter produced multiple radar logs, military witnesses, and confirmation from both ground and air, making it a compelling case that was hard for authorities to dismiss. The U.S. Air Force Project Blue Book, which was the official UFO investigation program at the time, included this incident in its files as an unsolved case. investigators were unable to find a conventional explanation. In fact, this event would later be classified as one of Blue Book's small number of truly unexplained UFO reports. Years afterward, in 1968, the Condon Committee, a University of Colorado study funded by the USAF to finally resolve the UFO question, took a close look at the Lakenheath incident. Even though the Condon report was skeptical of UFOs overall, the analysts assigned to the case, Dr. Gordon Thayer, was clearly impressed by the data. He called it the most puzzling and unusual case in the radar visual files, noting that the rational, intelligent behavior of the unknown craft suggests a mechanical device of unknown origin as the best explanation. In the Condon Committee's final report, the editors went so far as to conclude that although conventional or natural explanations certainly cannot be ruled out, the probability of such seems low in this case, and the probability that at least one genuine UFO was involved appears to be fairly high. In other words, even the official review essentially admitted something unknown, in the literal sense of the word, had been in the skies that night. This was a remarkable admission, considering that just a few years later, the U.S. Air Force would declare the UFO issue effectively solved. Project Blue Book was terminated in 1969, and all USAF UFO investigations ceased, with the Air Force publicly stating that no UFO ever proved to be a threat to national security or beyond the realm of science. On the British side, authorities were also well aware of the 1956 incident. RAF fighters had been involved, and radar operators from the UK Air Ministry were listening in. The case was discussed in intelligence circles, but like their American counterparts, British officials offered no clear answer. By 1980, the Ministry of Defense's public stance on UFOs was one of polite skepticism. They maintained that no UFO sightings had ever revealed any evidence of a threat to the UK's security or airspace. The MOD did have a small UFO desk in London to monitor reports, mostly to ensure nothing of defense significance was happening, but the general policy was to downplay these phenomena. In fact, when pressed, the MOD would often emphasize that in over 30 years of sightings since World War II, none had been judged a danger, and thus, beyond filing the report, no further investigation was usually warranted. This hands-off approach would later come into play during the Rendlesham Forest incident as well, creating a bit of a jurisdictional puzzle. If something unexplained occurred on a U.S.-run base in British territory, who should investigate it? The American base commanders or the British authorities? In practice, neither was eager to claim responsibility for UFO investigations, and that ambiguity meant incidents might easily be handled quietly and internally, or not officially addressed at all. Despite the lack of public official action, the Lakenheath Bentwaters encounter did not fade completely into obscurity. It continued to intrigue researchers and UFO enthusiasts in the ensuing decades, especially as more information gradually emerged. In the late 1970s, renewed attention to the case, spurred by media articles, brought forward additional first-hand witnesses. Flight Lieutenant Freddie Wimbledon, an RAF radar controller who was on duty that night at a nearby station, came forward in 1978 to clarify that it was his team at RAF Netshed that had guided the Venom interceptors towards the UFO. Wimbledon corroborated much of the original story, including the startling cat-and-mouse chase on radar, and he flatly rejected the skeptic's claim that the whole thing could have been a mix-up. He recalled the UFO showing up as a solid radar target, tracked simultaneously by multiple ground radars and even by the Venom's onboard radar, which in his view ruled out the idea of mere phantom returns or meteors. Indeed, one skeptic journalist, Philip J. Klass, had argued that the 1956 incident was likely just false radar blip combined with misperceptions of the abundant Perseid meteors that night, an explanation that military witnesses like Wimbledon strongly disputed. A British civilian also wrote to the press in 1978, claiming he had been outside on that 1956 night and saw a rapidly traveling white light in the sky near Ely, along with an RAF Venom pursuing it, lending a bit of credence to the radar report. Decades later, in the 2000s, historians and ufologists dug even deeper. A team of researchers, including Dr. David Clark, Jenny Randles, and others, managed to track down some of the original RAF aircrew involved in the interception. Interestingly, these aging pilots had somewhat conflicting recollections that added new layers to the mystery. Two of the Venom pilots, Flight Officers David Chambers and John Brady of No. 23 Squadron, remembered being scrambled in the early hours of the 14th of August, 1956. But when interviewed, they downplayed the event. One pilot admitted that my feeling is that there was nothing there. It was some sort of mistake, recalling that all he saw on his radar was an unimpressive stationary blip. The second Venom crew, Ian Kraserker and Ivan Logan, likewise reported that they never saw any exotic maneuvers. In their memory, no dramatic chase occurred and no visual contact was made. In fact, Logan, the radar operator, said, "All we saw was a blip, and that at the time their squadrons assumed it might have been a stray weather balloon, causing a false return." How do we reconcile this with the vivid accounts of controllers like Sergeant Perkins and Lieutenant Wimbledon? One possibility floated by researchers is that there may have been multiple UFO episodes or errors conflated into one legend, or that only certain radar stations experienced the truly anomalous target, while others did not. Another intriguing theory is that the 1956 incident may have been the result of secret radar jamming or deception trials. In the Cold War, both Western and Eastern Bloc militaries were developing techniques to fool enemy radar. The later study noted that if no actual solid craft was ever visually seen, the most likely conclusion might be that some kind of electronic warfare test was going on, creating phantom targets on the scopes. However, not everyone finds that explanation satisfactory. After all, Whatever was on radar that night also seemed to be seen as lights in the sky performing incredible feats. To this day, the Lakenheath Bentwaters encounter remains unresolved and is frequently cited as one of the most credible UFO incidents on record from the 1950s. UFO historians often note that it had all the elements of a classic case: multi-site radar tracking, visual confirmation, attempted military interception, and highly trained witnesses, yet no conventional explanation ever emerged. By the time December 1980 rolled around, this earlier UFO drama was a quarter century in the past. It was not exactly front of mind for the airmen stationed at Bentwaters and Woodbridge, but it had set a precedent in local folklore. The skies over Suffolk were no strangers to unexplained things. More importantly, the official handling of the 1956 case, quietly documented, never fully explained, and eventually filed away, meant that if history ever repeated itself, there was a template of inaction for dealing with it. Project Blue Book was long closed, and the British MOD's stance was that there was nothing to investigate unless a clear danger was present. In short, if something strange happened again, it would likely be handled informally and behind closed doors. Indeed, as December 1980 began, none of the personnel on these bases could have imagined that UFOs would suddenly become a pressing issue on their doorstep once more. But as Christmas passed and people enjoyed their holiday break, an uncanny drama was quietly set to begin in the dark woods of Rendlesham, one that would soon become known as Britain's Roswell. Before diving into our main Rendlesham Forest events, let's introduce a few of the key players who will soon step into our story. Lieutenant Colonel Charles I. Holt. At 41 years old, Charles Holt is the Deputy Base Commander of RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge. He's a career U.S. Air Force officer, known as a pragmatic and reliable leader. Holt served in Vietnam and elsewhere. He's not the type given to flights of fancy. In late 1980, Holt is responsible for the operations of the base in the absence of the wing commander. At the time of the incidents, the base commander, Colonel Ted Conrad, is present as well, but Holt will be the one who finds himself directly involved in investigating the strange lights. Initially, Lieutenant Colonel Holt is highly skeptical of UFO stories. In fact, when he first hears that some of his airmen think they saw something in the woods, he assumes there must be a logical explanation and intends to prove as much. Little does he know, he will soon witness puzzling phenomena firsthand and later become an important voice testifying that the events were real and beyond mundane explanation. Staff Sergeant Jim Penniston. Jim Penniston is a security supervisor at the base. In December 1980, he's a staff sergeant in the USAF Security Police, tasked with protecting the base's perimeter and assets. Penniston is a solid, dependable NCO with a good service record. He had top secret clearance due to the sensitive nature of Bentwaters Woodbridge, which hints that indeed nuclear weapons may have been present, since only personnel with high clearance would guard certain areas. Penniston is, by all accounts, level-headed and not someone prone to imagination. He is off duty on Christmas night, but will soon be called in to respond to the sightings. Penniston will later claim to have the most direct encounter with the unknown object, including a close observation and even physical contact. Over the years, he will become one of the most vocal witnesses, adding astonishing details to his story, like receiving a binary code message from the craft well after the incident. But in the moment itself, in 1980, Penniston is simply doing his job, checking out a potential downed aircraft or security breach. Airman First Class John Burroughs. John Burroughs is a young airman, roughly 20 years old, assigned to security at the twin bases. On the night of December 25th to 26th, 1980, Airman First Class Burroughs is on duty and will be one of the first to see the strange lights. Burroughs is enthusiastic and diligent. He had only been at the base for perhaps a year or so. Like many of his peers, he doesn't have extensive combat experience or specialized UFO knowledge. He's just a patrolman guarding the base. Burroughs' role in the events is crucial. He is effectively the first responder who goes out into the dark forest in pursuit of the unknown lights, alongside Sergeant Penniston. His perspective is interesting because Burroughs will later describe experiencing bizarre effects, including a period of missing time and memory gaps. Decades later, he will also suffer health issues that he believes are related to the encounter, and he'll fight hard to get those recognized by the Veterans Administration. At the time of the incident, though, Burroughs is mainly driven by curiosity and a sense of duty. He thinks he might be dealing with a crashed plane or perhaps some trespassers. He has no idea what he is about to stumble into. Airman First Class Edward Ed Capenstag. Ed Capenstag is another security airman who becomes involved in the first night search. He accompanies Penniston and Burroughs into the woods initially. Not as much has been publicized about Capenstag's background. He's another young enlisted man doing his job. His account of the incident, made in an official statement soon after, is relatively low-key. He reported seeing lights, but ultimately thought they might have come from a distant beacon. Capenstag's role in the narrative is important, as his perspective has often been cited by skeptics to downplay the event. We'll hear more about what he said a bit later. Airman First Class Larry Warren. Though not involved in the first night's events, Larry Warren will become a significant and controversial figure in the Rendlesham story. Warren, 18 at the time, is a junior airman in the security police at Bentwaters Woodbridge. He will claim that he was present on the third night of UFO activity, the night of December 27th through 28th, during a spectacular close encounter in a field called Capel Green, involving multiple witnesses and even alien beings. Warren's testimony will emerge a few years after the incident and eventually be published in a 1997 book he co-authored, Left at East Gate. Some other witnesses dispute aspects of Warren's story, and over the years, his credibility has been questioned, leading to divisions among researchers. Nevertheless, because he was the first to leak the story to the UK press in early 1980s, and one of the first to write a book on it, his role in bringing Rendlesham to public attention is significant. We will include Warren's account as part of the speculative side of the lore, while noting where it diverges from others. Colonel Ted Conrad. Colonel Gordon Ted Conrad is the base commander, the wing commander of the 81st Tactical Fighter Wing at Bentwaters Woodbridge in 1980. He is Lieutenant Colonel Holt's superior. Conrad himself does not go out into the forest on any of the nights and does not witness the phenomena firsthand. He hears the reports from his men afterward. Initially, Conrad seems to have taken the reports seriously enough to allow Holt to write to the Ministry of Defense. But in later years, Colonel Conrad will express skepticism about the incident. In fact, decades later, Conrad publicly criticized Holt's claims, suggesting perhaps the whole affair might have been much ado about nothing, or even a hoax. Conrad's perspective provides a contrasting voice, that a commander who remains unconvinced that anything truly extraordinary happened, despite the reports of his deputy and other airmen. Understanding Conrad's stance will be important when we consider the range of interpretations of Rendlesham. Local British authorities. We also have the local police and the Ministry of Defense officials entering the story, albeit peripherally. On the first night, the Suffolk Constabulary, the local police force, is called out to check for a possible downed aircraft. 2 police constables drove out in the pre-dawn hours to see what's going on. Later that morning, police returned to examine the supposed landing site. Their findings are mundane, and they remain skeptical that anything odd happened. Additionally, after the incident, the British Ministry of Defense receives a memo about it, but ultimately decides not to investigate deeply. Key MOD figures, like Inspector Mike Topless of the local police, who wrote a memo about it years later, and Lord Hill Norton, a retired admiral of the fleet and former chief of the defense staff, who in later years questioned the MOD's dismissal of the case, will appear in our narrative as part of the official reaction and debate. Now that we have introduced the location, context, and main characters, we are ready to venture into the heart of the story. Imagine the scene. RAF Woodbridge, East Gate, the boundary between the base and the dark Rendlesham Forest beyond. In the very early hours after Christmas Day, all is calm and dark. Airman John Burroughs and Airman Bud Steffen are on patrol near the gate, keeping watch in the chilly night. It's just after midnight, and the date has turned to December 26, 1980. In the distance, something unusual is about to catch their eye, setting off a series of events that will make this otherwise silent night anything but ordinary. Chapter 2. Christmas Night 1980. Strange Lights in the Forest. The first sighting, December 26th, 1980, 3 a.m. It's shortly after 3 a.m. on Friday, December 26th. The Christmas festivities on base have died down. Most personnel are asleep or off duty. By the east gate of RAF Woodbridge, Airman First Class John Burroughs is on security patrol with Airman First Class Bud Steffens, another young airman who was Burroughs' partner that night. Their job is to guard this remote gate and watch for any suspicious activity. The night is cold and very dark. The moon, if visible at all, is a thin waning crescent, offering little light. Only the stars in that periodic sweep of the Ortford Ness lighthouse provide illumination in the sky. Suddenly, Burroughs and Stephens notice something unusual. Off in the distance, beyond the gate, and deeper in the forest to the east, there appears to be lights. These are not the regular beams of the lighthouse, those they're used to and can identify, nor are they the lights of an aircraft in normal flight. The lights they see seem to be moving in a way that catches them off guard, perhaps descending or falling through the trees. One description later given is that it looked as if a bright object was coming down into the woods, maybe crashing. There are multiple lights. Some reports mention a red or orange hue, with blue and white lights as well. To the airmen, it immediately suggested the possibility of a plane wreck. After all, Woodbridge's runway is nearby. Could an aircraft have come down just outside the base perimeter? Reacting quickly, Burroughs reports the lights to the Central Security Control, CSC, which is the security command post on base. The initial thought they conveyed is, we might have a downed aircraft. This is potentially an emergency situation. The duty flight chief, a superior in charge of security for the shift, responds. That man is Staff Sergeant or Tech Sergeant Jim Penniston, who is off duty but nearby. Some accounts suggest he was at home and got called in. Others that he was already on base. Penniston hears the commotion on the radio or phone and quickly comes to the east gate to see for himself what is going on. By the time Sergeant Penniston arrives, the lights are still visible through the trees. They appear to pulsate or blink at times. The forest beyond the gate is dark, so any light stands out starkly against the night. One can imagine the adrenaline picking up among these men as they stare into the woods. If this is an aircraft accident, there could be a fire or casualties needing help. If it's something else, well, their minds aren't leaping to flying saucers yet, but they know it's highly irregular to see lights drifting in the forest. Penniston decides to take a small team in to investigate the source of the lights. He cannot simply ignore this. They have a duty to respond to any potential security breach or safety issues. Burroughs is eager to go along, as he was an eyewitness. They also bring Airman Ed Capensack with them as an additional pair of eyes and muscles. For safety, they attempt to get permission to carry weapons off base, since they would be leaving USAF property and entering British territory. However, according to later accounts, they are denied permission to carry their rifles off base, likely due to regulations about U.S. armed personnel operating in public areas. So the men likely entered the forest unarmed, or only with sidearms or nothing at all except flashlights. This indicates they weren't expecting hostility. After all, if they thought it was an enemy incursion, they might have pushed back harder to be armed. The assumption is still an accident, or perhaps some civilian craft in trouble. Burroughs, Penniston, and Capensack proceed beyond the east gate, heading into Rendlesham Forest on foot around 3:15 a.m. The forest floor is covered in fallen pine needles and dotted with fern undergrowth. The trees stand in regimented rows. In some places, it's a managed plantation, creating corridors of visibility, while in other spots, thickets and brush make it hard to move quickly. The men use handheld flashlights, torches, the British would say, to navigate between the trunks. As they move deeper among the trees, they radio back to the base what they are experiencing. They initially followed the direction in which the lights were seen. The air is crisp, and each breath puffs in white vapor before their faces. There is tension, but also determination. They are trained security personnel doing their job. As they go further in, they begin to notice a sort of glow lighting up the forest ahead. It's described later as a white light with perhaps a reddish tint at times. There are also blue lights visible. The exact color and appearance would later vary between witnesses, but the general impression is of a bright, luminous object among the trees. Penniston will later describe that as they got closer, the lights were coming from a triangular craft resting in a small clearing. At this moment, let us be cautious. Penniston's later accounts, given years afterwards, are very dramatic. He says they encountered a metallic craft about 9 feet long by 6 feet high, smooth and black like glass, with strange symbols on its surface, sitting on tripod-like legs. However, it's important to note that none of this detailed craft description was reported publicly at the time. In 1980, the official reports do not mention a clear craft being seen. What we can reliably say is that the men saw a source of light that they could not immediately identify, and it appeared to move or even react to their presence. The team's radio began to act erratically. There are reports that radio communication back to the base was breaking up as they ventured near the phenomenon. Burroughs later said it was as if there was static or interference whenever they tried to transmit. This kind of detail is common in UFO reports, where witnesses describe electronic interference, but it's hard to verify after the fact. Still, the men on site felt increasingly isolated as their comms became unreliable. At one point, the lights they are following seem to move deeper into the forest, almost away from the pursuing airmen. Burroughs and Penniston picked up the pace, trying to keep the object in sight. They stumbled through brambles and around trees. The animals in the forest seemed agitated now. Burroughs would recall hearing the farm animals from a nearby farm making loud noises. This farm lay beyond the forest's edge in the direction the lights were moving. Later, on another night, others would also note animals going into a frenzy. Some of the sounds, like distant squeals or shrieks, might have been the local deer or other wildlife reacting to either the disturbance or the lights themselves. As they approached a small clearing, the airmen experienced something that they struggled to make sense of. Sergeant Penniston, in particular, would claim that at this point he saw an actual craft on the ground or just above it. In his much later recollections, he even says he got close enough to touch it and that it was warm to the touch and had symbols like raised glyphs on its surface that he copied into his notebook. He describes the craft as smooth and dark, triangular in shape, with a bank of blue lights on one side and bright white lights on top. It had no obvious engine sound, only a faint hum. However, let us balance this with other contemporaneous accounts. Airman Cabensack, who was with them, gave a statement soon after that paraphrase, "We followed a light that seemed to be moving through the trees. Eventually, we realized the light was coming from a beacon past the forest, and what we had been chasing was only the lighthouse or a distant source." Similarly, Airman Burroughs' official statement from 1980 mentions seeing a beacon, and that after trudging some distance, they could discern it was a lighthouse in the distance. These statements suggest that at least part of what they saw might have been mistaken identity. But Burroughs has also said that while indeed they saw the lighthouse periodically, there were other lights too, including something that seemed to come down into the trees and move around. The contradiction likely arises from the confusion of that night, and perhaps from attempts by some of the men to downplay the strangeness when reporting up the chain of command. If we lean into Penniston and Burroughs' later, more vivid narrative, the two approached a glowing object in the clearing. For a brief period, perhaps a minute or two, they observed something inexplicable. Penniston, in particular, tries to get as close as possible. He would later recall that the object began to rise silently above the ground, maneuvering a bit through the trees. Burroughs experienced a flash of bright light as it departed. Some accounts suggest both men were briefly knocked off their feet or dazed as the object accelerated away at high speed. They regained their wits to find the object gone, and only the quiet, dark forest around them. Interestingly, Penniston claims that after this, time felt altered for them, as if they lost track of 45 minutes without realizing it. Cabensack, however, did not describe such dramatic happenings in his initial statement. It is possible that Cabensack had hung back at certain points. Some retellings say Cabensack stayed at the edge of the forest, while Penniston and Burroughs went further in. If so, he might not have seen the close encounter, only the lights from a distance, and then his colleagues returning. Eventually, the three men regroup and make their way back to the base. It is still before dawn. The whole excursion might have lasted in real time an hour or two. By 4 a.m. or so, they call in for additional support and also notify the local police. The Suffolk Constabulary receives a call around 4 a.m. from the base, reporting strange lights and a possible downed plane in Rendlesham Forest. 2 police officers drive out to Rendlesham to meet the U.S. servicemen at the forest's edge. By the time they arrive, whatever the airmen saw is no longer evident. The police shine flashlights and look around. According to the official police log, the only lights they observed were the beam from Orford Nest Lighthouse and maybe some stars. They found nothing to indicate a crash. They likely suggested that what the Americans saw might have just been the lighthouse or some other lights in the distance. After a brief search, finding no wreckage or other evidence of a problem, the police departed, considering the call resolved. The airmen, however, were not convinced it was all a mistake. They knew the lighthouse was there. Indeed, John Burroughs was aware of it and had even pointed it out during the chase, but also insisted that something else was in the forest. Still, with nothing more to be done in the dark, and with dawn approaching, the night's adventure came to an end. The men returned to base to debrief and catch some rest, minds undoubtedly racing with what they had just witnessed. One can imagine Sergeant Penniston, after dawn that day, sitting down to jot notes in his log or personal notebook about the encounter. Indeed, Penniston did have a notebook in which he says he wrote descriptions and even drew a sketch of the strange craft symbols. That notebook would become a contentious artifact decades later when its contents, particularly pages of binary code Penniston claims to have written, became public, but more on that later. As the sun rose on December 26, 1980, the word of the nighttime incident spread among some of the base personnel. It was still considered internally as an event of interest, perhaps a possible intrusion or landing of something unknown. So after daybreak, members of the security team and other base personnel decided to head back into the forest to the area where the lights had been seen to look for physical evidence. Jim Penniston and John Burroughs, despite having been up all night, were likely involved, and they may have been joined by others such as the shift commander or additional security police. In the daylight, the forest looked ordinary enough, but as they reached the small clearing where Penniston and Burroughs believed the object had been, they noticed some unusual markings. On the forest floor, pressed into the sandy soil, were 3 small impressions forming a triangle. Each indentation was about 1.5 inches deep and maybe 7 inches in diameter, and they were spaced in a triangular pattern, roughly 9 or 10 feet apart. To those who'd seen or heard about a craft with tripod legs, this immediately seemed like a possible landing gear pattern. In addition to the ground marks, some broken branches were observed on the trees around the clearing, as if something brushed against them. There were also reports of burn marks on the sides of the trees facing the clearing. The men took note of these findings. Photographs were allegedly taken that morning. Indeed, a photograph of the supposed landing site, a small clearing with those 3 holes in the ground, was later published by a researcher named Georgina Bruni in her book, You Can't Tell the People. However, that photo doesn't conclusively show much to a layperson, just an area of ground with some indentations that could be anything. Still, to the airmen who were out there, it was tantalizing. If a craft had landed there, here was an evidence of it. By 10:30 a.m. on the 26th, the base had again called the Suffolk Constabulary, this time asking them to come out and have a look at the ground markings. Perhaps the Americans hoped the local police would launch a formal investigation or at least log the incident. 2 police constables arrived in daylight and examined the impressions. Their conclusion, noted in the police report, was not at all exotic. They thought the triangular pattern of holes might have been made by animals. Specifically, they suggested perhaps rabbits digging or some wild animal scrapings that had coincidentally formed a triad. The ground, while somewhat frozen on top, could have softer spots where animals foraged. The police were not convinced that these were landing marks. They also didn't see burn damage that couldn't be explained by ordinary forest decay or lightning, though lightning wasn't reported. In short, the local police walked away still skeptical that anything out of the ordinary had happened. From the perspective of the British police, this was a non-event. Some lights likely from the lighthouse, plus animal tracks. But from the perspective of Penniston, Burroughs, and their colleagues, this was deeply unsettling. They knew they had witnessed something more than a distant beacon. Exactly what it was, they weren't sure. Aircraft, drone, UFO, or something else. But it had been real to them. Before moving on, let's reflect calmly on this first night. In the still of that early morning, 3 trained military men experienced what they believed to be a close encounter with an unexplained craft. They were scared enough, or perhaps awestruck enough, to lose normal bearings, and at least one of them would later assert he was literally feet away from a craft not of any known origin. At the same time, 2 of those men also later acknowledged chasing a distant beacon as part of their pursuit, implying a possible misinterpretation was at play. This duality has made the Rendlesham incident tricky to evaluate. It contains elements suggestive of a genuine UFO encounter, yet interwoven with elements that can be ascribed to more ordinary causes. As we will see, the case doesn't end here. It actually escalates with further sightings and the involvement of the deputy base commander himself. For the remainder of December 26, 1980, after the morning's evidence gathering, things were relatively calm. The base went on with normal operations. However, the news of what happened in the forest began circulating through the ranks. One can imagine airmen in the mess hall whispering about Jim and John chasing aliens in the woods last night, or others speculating that maybe the security team came upon some covert military test. A few might have laughed it off as probably just the lighthouse or stars. Indeed, until something more happens, it's possible the incident would have remained a minor funny anecdote on base, in a short entry in the security log. But something did happen again. The strange lights would return. The men didn't know it yet, but the coming night and the night after would provide even more bizarre experiences, cementing the incident's place in UFO history. Before continuing to the second night, we should note that some sources indicate there was a brief sighting on the night of December 26th, the next night after the initial incident, which would actually be the late hours of December 26th going into early 27th. This one is lesser known and often omitted in the retelling, but for completeness. Approximately 24 hours after the first incident, during the late hours of December 26th, some personnel reported seeing strange lights again. One account comes from an airman first class named Laurie Redfield, or Laurie Bowick in some sources, possibly misremembered as Laurie Bowen, who was on duty at the East Gate. The story goes that around midnight, she saw an orange-red orb or ball of light moving in the sky, which then seemed to descend into the forest north of the gate. She wasn't alone. Several other guards reportedly saw it too that second night. They even chatted among themselves that perhaps the British locals were celebrating an early New Year's with fireworks or flares, trying to rationalize it. This sighting didn't prompt a major response like the first night, maybe because it was brief, or because the previous night's commotion had made everyone a bit wary of crying wolf. However, what it did do was show that the phenomenon hadn't necessarily ended with the initial encounter. These intermediate sightings set the stage and heightened the alertness for the following night, when things truly escalated under the watch of Lieutenant Colonel Holt. Now, with Christmas Day and Boxing Day behind them, we move to the night of December 27th to 28th. By this time, the Deputy Base Commander, Charles Holt, is well aware that something odd has been reported. He may have been even a bit annoyed by it. Holt was a pragmatic man and might have thought his airmen had misidentified something. But he's about to take matters into his own hands and investigate directly, which leads us to one of the most compelling portions of the story, often referred to simply as the Holt Night. Chapter 3, The Return of the UFO, December 28, 1980. The evening of December 27, 1980, a Saturday, finds RAF Bentwaters Woodbridge still in a holiday mood. In fact, on the base, there is a late Christmas party or awards dinner happening. Some accounts specify it was a belated Christmas celebration, or perhaps an end-of-year award banquet for the officers. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, as Deputy Commander, is attending this function. Picture a warm hall on base, with festive decorations, clinking glasses, and colleagues in uniform enjoying a brief respite from Cold War tension. Outside, the winter's night grows cold and quiet once more, and the events of 2 nights ago are likely on Holt's mind. He probably spoken to Penniston or Burroughs by now and heard their fantastic story. While he may be skeptical, he also knows these men to be generally reliable. As the party is underway, sometime around 9 or 10 p.m., one of the officers on duty bursts into the gathering, looking tense. It's Lieutenant Bruce Ungland, one of the shift leaders for security. Ungland is sometimes described as the on-duty security commander that night. He comes straight up to Lieutenant Colonel Holt and says urgently, "Sir, it's back. We've got something again in the forest, and we need you to come right away." The look on Ungland's face convinced Holt that this is not a prank or a trivial matter. Something out there has really unnerved his security team. Holt breaks away from the festivities and quickly organizes a response team. This time, unlike the first night, which involved just a few enlisted men stumbling into the dark, the deputy base commander himself is going out, and he's going to do it methodically. Holt grabs a few pieces of equipment, notably a small microcassette tape recorder, a pocket recorder he often used for dictations and notes during inspections. He plans to record observations in real time. He also ensures his team brings a Geiger counter, specifically an AMPDR-27, a standard military radiation survey meter, to measure radiation at the suspected landing site from the first night. Additionally, they have powerful flashlights or even portable floodlights and radios to stay in contact with the command post. Perhaps even night vision scopes are carried, though accounts don't explicitly mention them. the base would have starlight scopes for night patrols. Importantly, Holt authorized a group of men to accompany him. This includes some of his top security NCOs and personnel. Master Sergeant Bobby Ball, one of the senior security NCOs. Tech Sergeant or Staff Sergeant Monroe Neville. He is the Disaster Preparedness NCO, essentially the CBRN chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear specialist on base, which is likely why he's handling the radiation detector. Sergeant Adrian Bastenza, a security policeman who, according to some, was acting as sort of a team leader for one group of men that night. Lieutenant Bruce Ungland, the one who fetched Holt, he stayed as part of the team, possibly acting as guide, since he knew where the sightings were. There may also have been a couple of other airmen. Some sources say perhaps a Sergeant Fred Stevens or others, but the key voices known on the tape are those above. Airman Larry Warren, the young airman we introduced earlier, is not directly mentioned in Holt's party, but according to Warren's later claim, he was assigned to a separate security detail that was sent out slightly later to cordon off a different area, Capel Green Field, during the height of the encounter, which we'll address later. Holt's team sets off around midnight into the forest. It is now the early minutes of December 28, 1980, Sunday. Unlike the first night, when events happened spontaneously and chaotically, this time we have a deliberate investigative approach. Holt is essentially performing a field investigation in real time. He even later likened it to a military exercise, except that what they were chasing was not one of their own. The first stop for Holt's group is the clearing where Penniston and Burroughs reported the object landing 2 nights before. It's after midnight, perhaps around 12:30 a.m., the men fan out with their flashlights and locate the 3 ground depressions in the soil. Sergeant Monroe Neville operates the Geiger counter, sweeping it low over the indentations and around the area. Holt, speaking into his tape recorder, notes the readings. We have the benefit of Holt's actual recorded commentary, which has since been made public. The tape is famously known as the Holt tape. On it, you can hear the steady beeping of the radiation detector and Holt's calm but astonished voice narrating. The meter register about 0.07 milliroentgen per hour at the center of one of the depressions and about 0.03 to 0.04 milliroentgen per hour in the surrounding background. In simple terms, this is slightly elevated level of radiation, nothing dangerous, but above the normal forest background. The readings correspond roughly to perhaps a few times the natural background. It's not what you'd expect if nothing at all had happened, though skeptics later note that these levels are still quite low in the meter being used, designed to detect much higher nuclear radiation levels, was barely off the baseline. Nonetheless, Holt's team finds the readings noteworthy. They also detect a quick, momentary spike of the meter when passing over a broken branch or towards the top of nearby trees. At one point on the tape, Holt comments to the effect, beta or gamma readings about 0.1 briefly. It seems the needle jumped when they pointed it at a particular spot, perhaps indicating some kind of contamination or just an instrument quirk. As this is going on, there's an air of excitement, but also nervousness among the men. They're making jokes one moment, and expressing astonishment the next. It's dark and perhaps a little eerie, considering what they think visited this very spot. But so far on this second night, they haven't seen any weird lights yet. They're mainly gathering data. That soon changes. While still near the supposed landing site, one of the team, perhaps Lieutenant Ungland or Sergeant Ball, notices a light in the distance, to the east, beyond the forest edge. They all look up. There is indeed a red light, hovering or moving slowly some distance away, just beyond the trees. It appears to be just across the field that borders the forest. This is the same general direction where on the first night the lights had been seen heading, toward a farmer's field and the coast beyond. The men decide to go towards it. They leave the landing site area and push deeper through the woods, heading towards the eastern boundary of the forest at a place called Capel Green, an open field belonging to a local farm. As they walk, Holt keeps recording notes. The red light is in view, flickering through the branches as they move. He describes it as a flashing red light that looks almost like an eye winking. At times, it seems to drip something or have particles coming off it. He might be seeing it partially through mists or foliage causing refraction effect. The team is striding through the woods, crunching twigs underfoot, radioing to others as needed. They emerge from the forest into the open field. Now they have an unobstructed view of the object. Holt's tape captures their reactions. The light is more clearly seen as a glowing red object. It appears to be just above the field, maybe a half-mile or less from their position. It moves horizontally at a high speed, then stops on a dime. It can hover, then dart around. It has a strange quality. Holt later said it looked like a large eye, red in color, moving through the trees, in that it almost burns your eyes with its brightness when you look straight at it. At some moments, it appears to send down a beam, a narrow pencil of light, down to the ground, as if scanning or searching. The men are fascinated and a bit spooked. On the tape, you can hear exclamations like, "There it is again. It's coming this way. It's definitely moving. That's not a lighthouse. It's moving through the trees. It's coming towards us." Holt himself, trying to remain analytical, reports the motion. It's hovering. Now it's backing off. It's moved to the right. Strange. One light looks like maybe a dripping molten metal. Now it's steady again. His voice is mostly calm, but betrays excitement when something particularly odd happens. It's important to note that even though the Orford Nest Lighthouse is roughly in that same direction, the light these men are observing is clearly not stationary on the horizon. They can see the lighthouse periodically, too. Holt notes at one point something like, "You see that? That's the lighthouse, but this other thing is above, moving." They were not likely mistaking the lighthouse for this red orb, especially given how it moved side to side and even up and down. The skeptical counter-argument is that the adrenaline and optical illusions made the lighthouse beams seem to move as they bob their own lights, or due to autokinesis, the phenomenon where a fixed light appears to move if you stare at it in darkness. But Holt's team included multiple people, plus at one point someone mentioned seeing it through a night vision or scope as a structured object. They certainly believed they were tracking an actual flying object at fairly close range. As if one object weren't enough, The team then notices other lights in the sky. Halt's memo later would mention seeing 3 objects, 1 to the south and 2 to the north, high in the sky, each like stars, but not stars. Indeed, while focusing on the red light near the field, they become aware of 2 or more star-like objects hovering in the sky about 10 degrees above the horizon. They are different colors, perhaps yellow or blue, Halt said. They were like little white lights that occasionally twinkled and even beamed down rays of light as well. 1 was to the north, 1 was to the south. The one to the south was noted as particularly bright and seemed to hover for a couple of hours. Later analysis by astronomers suggested those might have been simply bright stars or planets. Sirius, for instance, the brightest star, would be low in the southern sky in the early morning hours and often appears to twinkle with colored flashes when near the horizon. In fact, Sirius, known as the Dog Star, could well have been the bright southern object Halt saw, and the northern one could have been something like Vega or another bright star. But at the time, to Halt and the others, these behaved oddly enough to be noted as UFOs as well. Now picture this situation. We have a group of about 5 U.S. Air Force personnel, including a senior officer, standing in an open field in the middle of the night, witnessing what they take to be multiple UFOs, one relatively close, zipping around near treetop level, and others farther off high in the sky. The nearby one, a red light, is definitely the focus. It approaches closer at one point, prompting one of the men to exclaim or caution. It then rapidly moves away towards the coast and appears to break into pieces. Halt would describe that it exploded into several smaller white lights and then disappeared. This explosion was silent, but visually striking, like a fireworks sans sound. After that, the original red object is gone, but the distant hovering lights remain observable. By around 3 a.m., the phenomena seem to be fading or moving off. Halt's team has been out there for hours. They are cold, probably bewildered, and a little awestruck by what they had just seen. Halt eventually decides to wrap up and return to base. Before leaving, he likely makes sure that notes are collected. Perhaps they even took some photographs, though if they did, none have surfaced publicly aside from the earlier morning ones. There are rumors over the years that the team had a video camera or camera and captured something, but no hard evidence of such has been presented, so it remains speculation. Now, interwoven with Halt's timeline, we must mention what Airman Larry Warren later claimed, because it purportedly took place around this same time on the same night, but in a slightly different location of the field. According to Larry Warren, who in December 1980 was a young airman recently arrived at the base, he was called to duty late on the night of the 27th to help with a developing situation. He says he and others were assembled and taken out towards Capel Green, initially not knowing what for. Warren describes that he ended up with a group of perhaps a dozen security personnel, including his superior, Sergeant Adrian Bastenza, positioned on one side of the field, while Lieutenant Colonel Halt's team was elsewhere, unbeknownst to him. Warren claims that, from his vantage, he saw a UFO actually land on the field, and that it was a structured craft emitting a blinding light. He further claims that there were entities or figures seen in the light. In some versions of his story, he describes small being-like shapes, and that the base commander, Colonel Gordon Williams, was present and made contact, or at least observed these beings. He talks about an otherworldly encounter that is far more elaborate than what Holt or others reported. In his telling, after this occurred, the airmen were debriefed and sworn to secrecy, even threatened with weapons and mind-altering procedures to ensure silence. It's a sensational account, essentially adding an alien contact layer to the Rendlesham incident. However, this version is not corroborated by Holt or the main witnesses like Penniston or Burroughs. Adrian Bustinza, who Warren said was next to him, has given mixed statements. At times he acknowledged being out there and seeing a glowing object that maybe came down close, but he hasn't confirmed the presence of alien beings or a face-to-face meet and greet, as some of Warren's story implies. Colonel Williams, the wing commander, has always categorically denied he was even there. Indeed, if this happened, it would be astonishing given no one else has admitted it. Most researchers treat Warren's account with caution. Some think he may have confabulated the rest, possibly due to memory contamination or other factors. Warren alleges he was messed with by Men in Black type interrogators, which could have impacted his recollection. Others accused him of fabricating elements to gain attention. It's a controversial side of the story. It is alleged by one witness, Larry Warren, that at the peak of the encounter on December 28th, a craft actually landed in Capel Green and that humanoid figures were seen, but this remains unverified and is not part of the officially documented account. We include it as part of the lore that has grown around Rendlesham to be thorough, but emphasize it is viewed skeptically by others who were present. Now returning to the confirmed timeline. After Holt's group finishes their investigation in the early hours of December 28th, they return to base. The immediate danger seems to have passed. No more lights are actively buzzing around by dawn. It's likely still dark when they get back. Sunrise in late December in England would be around 8 a.m., and they likely wrapped up around 3 to 4 a.m. These men now carry with them first-hand experience of something extraordinary. There must have been a flurry of conversations and perhaps some informal debriefings among them. Lieutenant Colonel Holt himself is convinced that what he saw was not a figment of imagination. He and his team just chased a UFO through the woods, and they have it on tape. The question now is, what to do with this information? Over the next day or so, Holt presumably reports the incident up the chain of command on base. Colonel Ted Conrad, the base commander, is briefed. According to later interviews, Conrad actually went out in the daylight to the site himself after hearing Holt's story. Conrad says he found nothing unusual, in that he thought the whole thing might be a mistake or a hoax. The base security logs would have entries about the unexplained lights, and importantly, Lieutenant Colonel Holt sits down and writes an official memorandum. On January 13th, 1981, which is about 2 weeks after the events, Holt composes a memo addressed to the British Ministry of Defense titled Unexplained Lights. In it, he provides a brief summary of what occurred over the 2 nights, though due to either error or confusion, he dates the incidents as occurring on 27 December and 29 December 1980. Likely he meant the early hours of 26th and 28th of December, but got the dates offset by 1 day. The memo is succinct and matter-of-fact. It mentions that on the first night, patrolmen saw a metallic object with lights. The animals went crazy, etc., and that on the second occasion, 3 lights were seen and one of them beamed down a stream of light. Holt signs the memo as the deputy base commander and passes it to the British liaison at the base. This memo is not classified. It's a fairly routine military-to-military communication, despite its unusual content. It seems the purpose was simply to record the incident formally and let the MOD decide if they want to investigate or not. The MOD ultimately did very little. They filed it away, noting that the U.S. forces handled it, and that from their perspective, it posed no threat. However, for the participants, life did not immediately go back to normal after January 1981. Many were left with deep impressions, questions, even worries. Some of the enlisted men, especially those who got near the object, later claimed they were debriefed by agents, possibly Air Force Office of Special Investigations, OSI, or other intelligence personnel. Jim Penniston states that he was interrogated and even administered a truth serum drug, sodium pentothal, in an attempt to get every detail of his experience, and then told in no uncertain terms to keep quiet. John Burroughs similarly felt pressure not to discuss the event. Sergeant Bustinza said he was grilled for hours in an underground facility by people he thought might be with the CIA. And Larry Warren famously alleges that he and others were summoned, threatened, and one of the interrogators allegedly told them bullets are cheap, implying they'd be killed if they spoke. A dramatic claim that Colonel Holt later said he doubts, since he himself was never silenced, and none of the others truly were either. Nonetheless, these stories of heavy-handed cover-up have become part of the Rendlesham lore, contributing to the mystique that something very important happened, and the government tried to bury it. At the time, though, it appears that after the initial debriefs, the incident was essentially swept under the rug. The personnel were dispersed, some transferred out eventually, and the base officially didn't pursue it further. The twin bases carried on with their Cold War missions. For almost 3 years, nothing about Rendlesham was publicly known beyond rumors. Now that we've narrated the 2 main nights of sightings and the immediate actions taken, we can proceed to the aftermath, how the story came to light, the investigations or lack thereof by authorities, and the various interpretations that arose. We will also delve deeper into the backstories of our key witnesses and what became of them, as well as touch on other incidents and UFO lore for context. Chapter 4: Aftermath and Official Responses. In the days and weeks following the encounters, Rendlesham Forest returned to its usual stillness. But for those involved, the experience lingered vividly in their minds. They had witnessed something extraordinary and unexplainable. Yet, on the surface, life at RAF Bentwaters and Woodbridge resumed its normal routine. The Cold War didn't pause for UFOs. Jets still flew, drills continued, and reports were filed. However, beneath this normalcy, a story was quietly brewing. Let's explore what happened in the aftermath, how the incident was documented, how officials reacted, and eventually how the world came to hear of Britain's Roswell. As mentioned, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt wrote a memorandum to the Ministry of Defense on January 13, 1981. It reads as a succinct, almost clinical account that nonetheless validates that something strange occurred. Here's a summary of its contents. The memo is titled Unexplained Lights and is addressed to the RAF Deputy Commander in charge of liaison with USAF. It describes that on 27 December 1980 at 0300, patrolmen saw strange lights outside the East Gate. It states they saw a glowing metallic object with lights, and as they approached, it maneuvered through the trees and then disappeared. It mentions the farm animals going into a frenzy. It then says the next day, 3 depressions were found in the ground forming a triangle, each 7 inches in diameter, and a nearby tree had moderate burn marks. Then, it describes 29 December 1980 at 0300, where red sun-like light was seen, moving, and pulsing. It notes that it threw off glowing particles and then broke into 5 white objects and vanished. It also mentions that 3 star-like lights were seen in the sky to the north and south, and that one of them beamed down a stream of light periodically. Holt concludes by noting the objects remained for several hours and seems to be under intelligent control, and he signs off. This memo was not widely circulated at the time. It went into MOD files. Within the British MOD, a few functionaries read it. One defense minister, Lord Trefgarne, sometime later wrote a brief explanation essentially saying, "We didn't investigate further because it posed no threat. If those lights had been hostile, the USAF would have dealt with them. We think it was nothing of defense significance." In essence, the official British stance was no follow-up needed. Why such a dismissive stance? Possibly because by the time they got the memo, it was weeks after the fact with no continuing issues. Plus, internal MOD policy in that era was only to investigate UFO reports if there seemed a direct security threat. They had limited resources, and frankly, a lot of UFO reports from the public that usually turned out to be misidentifications. So, they likely saw this as an odd incident, but not worth a major inquiry, especially as it involved U.S. personnel on a U.S.-run base. Politically sensitive, perhaps, and better left alone. The Suffolk police had their reports too. The police log from that night, the first night, and the next day's investigation is preserved. It notes the call about mysterious lights, the officer seeing only the lighthouse, and the opinion that the ground marks were animal diggings. This police file would remain tucked away until it was released decades later in 2005 after the Freedom of Information Act request. Suffolk Constabulary made their unusual lights file public. In that file, an interesting later letter, 1999, by Inspector Topless, confirms one of the constables returned by daylight to ensure he hadn't missed anything, finding nothing and remarking that he personally knew the lighthouse beams can cause weird effects in certain weather. So the local police were satisfied it was mundane. While no grand public statements were made, inside Bentwaters Woodbridge, the incident surely was discussed, albeit likely behind closed doors. We know that the wing commander, Colonel Conrad, was skeptical. In fact, years later, he would assert that he had people, like tower guards or other patrols, ready to corroborate Halt's observation on the second night, and none could, implying they saw nothing unusual in the sky concurrently. However, that's contradicted by accounts like Sergeant Rick Bobo, a tower guard at the weapons storage area, who has said he did see a strange light in the sky, sending down beams that night while he was on duty. If both statements are true, perhaps Conrad just didn't talk to Bobo or didn't take it seriously. The base personnel were likely instructed not to speak publicly about what happened. There was no formal news release, a cover story or denial wasn't even issued, because there was no press inquiry yet. Essentially, it became an internal matter. John Burroughs and Jim Penniston, soon after, penned official witness statements, which, interestingly, remained unseen until 1997, when a researcher got them declassified. In those statements, neither man mentions anything like touching a craft or missing time. They talk about chasing lights, and at one point thinking it might be a lighthouse. This has been a crucial point for skeptics. The initial testimonies were relatively unremarkable compared to the much grander tales told decades later by the same individuals. Perhaps they self-censored, or perhaps the later hypnosis in retellings created embellished narratives. We'll explore that nuance when we delve into witness backstories. For about 2 years after 1980, the incident was known only to those on base and a handful of UK and US officials who saw the reports. It was not yet public knowledge, but among the UFO community, by 1982, whispers began to circulate. How did that happen? The first break in the story came through the efforts of certain UFO researchers. In the United States, organizations like CAUS, Citizens Against UFO Secrecies, and individuals like James Moore, Larry Fawcett, and Barry Greenwood were filing Freedom of Information Act (FOIA) requests on various UFO-related matters. Through one such FOIA with the U.S. government, they unexpectedly obtained a copy of Lieutenant Colonel Halt's memo in late 1982 or early 1983. It appears that since the memo had been shared with the MOD, it also resided in U.S. files, likely at USAF headquarters or in one of the liaison offices, which made it subject to FOIA. When it surfaced, the researchers realized they had a small bombshell, an official document acknowledging a UFO incident on a military base, written by the base deputy commander. Around the same time in Britain, a few researchers had caught wind of rumors from U.S. airmen. One key researcher was Jenny Randles, a respected British ufologist. She later recounted that by 1982, she had leads about an incident in a Suffolk forest near a USAF base. Another UK investigator, Dot Street, lived in the Rendlesham area and had heard local rumors, like from forestry workers or maybe family of a serviceman. Also, Larry Warren, having left the Air Force in mid-1981, started anonymously sharing what he experienced with the UFO group under a pseudonym Art Wallace. These tidbits left Randles and others to dig deeper. Finally, on October 2nd, 1983, the British tabloid News of the World published a sensational front-page story. UFO lands in Suffolk, and that's official. This headline ran in bold, capitalizing on the Holt memo, which the reporters had obtained, likely via the American researchers or through Warren's leaks. The story summarized the events using Holt's memo as a source, and of course added some tabloid flair and additional quotes from an unnamed airman, which presumably was Larry Warren's input. The combination of official confirmation and dramatic witness claims made the story a huge deal. It was the first time the general public heard of the Rendlesham Forest incident. To many, the notion that UFO had landed near a U.S. Air Force base in England sounded like science fiction. But here was an official U.S. document backing it up. The Ministry of Defense provided a standard response to press inquiries, effectively saying, "Yes, we have a memo, but no, we didn't consider it of defense interest and therefore conducted no investigation." This nonchalant reply only fueled public intrigue. Was it a cover-up? The press had a field day for a bit. Other newspapers and TV shows picked it up. Questions were even asked in Parliament. Lord Hill Norton, now retired but sitting in the House of Lords, famously challenged the government. If these were incursions at a nuclear base, how can it not be of defense significance? Either UFOs are real and they got into our airspace, or our soldiers are delusional. In either case, it's serious, he argued. The MOD stuck to its line. Nothing to see. Jenny Randalls and fellow researchers like Brenda Butler and Dot Street, by 1984, compiled their investigation into the first book on the subject, titled Sky Crash, A Cosmic Conspiracy. This book blended what facts they had, Holt's memo, some interviews including with Larry Warren, and some speculations about the possible cover-up. It introduced the idea that perhaps the incident involved more than meets the eye, including possibly a deliberate concealment by authorities. They didn't have access to all witnesses yet. For instance, Holt and the others hadn't spoken publicly, so early stories were incomplete and sometimes inaccurate. But Sky Crash helped cement Rendlesham's status as a major modern UFO case in the public consciousness. After the cat was out of the bag, several of the primary witnesses eventually chose to speak in public forums or to authors. For a long while, Holt kept a low profile. He was still on active duty throughout the 1980s. He actually continued to rise in rank, even serving at the Pentagon. He says no one in the USAF ever officially debriefed him about Rendlesham, and he only discussed it with colleagues informally. After retiring in 1991, Holt finally felt free to talk. He has since become a proponent figure advocating that the incident was real and likely extraterrestrial. But back in the late 1980s, he gave one or two interviews to British UFO researchers, quietly, and eventually appeared in some documentaries by the early 1990s. His taped audio was released in 1984 to researchers. Colonel Sam Morgan, who succeeded Conrad, gave a copy to a UFO group. That tape, being public, made Holt something of a legend, as it was rare evidence. In 1991, Holt wrote a UK researcher a letter confirming the basics of his experience and expressing frustration at MOD's dismissiveness. As for Sergeant Jim Penniston and Airman John Burroughs, these two remained in the Air Force for some years. Burroughs left in late 1980s, Penniston served longer. They did not come forward publicly until the late 1990s. In 1994, there was a U.S. TV special, and by then, Penniston and Burroughs gave on-camera interviews about what they remembered. Both confirmed seeing a craft up close. They also each underwent hypnotic regression in the 1990s to recover more details. Under hypnosis, Penniston recalled binary codes in messages, though he had actually written those binary codes in his notebook consciously in 1980, as he says, but didn't reveal them until much later. Burroughs, under hypnosis, recalled that he may have been engulfed in a beam of light and possibly transported briefly. Some wild stuff that might point to altered perception of time. In the 2000s and 2010s, Penniston and Burroughs became even more outspoken, even co-authoring a book with Nick Pope in 2014. Larry Warren was really the first to blow the whistle, albeit anonymously. By 1983, he had left the service and was talking to UK ufologists. He co-wrote Left at Eastgate, 1997, giving his full story and naming himself. For a time, he was hailed by UFO enthusiasts for bravely coming forward, but gradually, other witnesses and researchers challenged part of his account. By the mid-2010s, a schism formed. Some felt Warren had fabricated evidence or mixed fantasy into fact. A scandal emerged where even some documents he had shown turned out to be fake. Many in the UFO community distanced themselves from him, including co-author Peter Robbins, who publicly retracted support by 2018. Warren stands by his story, but his credibility is heavily debated. Over the years, additional individuals connected to the bases have contributed pieces. Colonel Ted Conrad, the base commander, made public comments around 2010-2011, essentially saying he found no corroboration for Halt's UFO claims and suspects maybe an exaggerated Christmas prank or confusion. Sergeant Adrian Bustinza gave a couple of interviews describing being with Halt and Warren, seeing a bright light come down, but he was ambiguous about details. Sergeant Monroe Nevels, the Geiger counter operator, has rarely spoken, but a 2017 documentary series got a comment from him confirming the radiation findings and that he saw an object in the sky explode. Sergeant Rick Bobo, the security tower guard at the weapons storage, told investigators that he saw a glowing object over the forest and it shot off little objects and beams. Other base personnel have occasionally chimed in. One interesting account came decades later from a man named Steve Longero, a security airman who told a reporter in 2016 that he saw the lights in the woods on the first night from a distance while on duty, and that we knew it wasn't a lighthouse. We could see the thing moving, and that he was told to keep quiet at the time. All these voices add depth, but also complexity, as not all memories align perfectly. Over time, UFO enthusiasts and journalists pressed the MOD to release their files on Rendlesham. In 2001, as part of a larger disclosure of UFO files to the National Archives, the MOD released its Rendlesham file. Those hoping for a smoking gun were disappointed. The file mostly contained internal correspondences about responding to public queries, media clippings, and copies of Holt's memo in the police report. There was no evidence of a deep, top-secret investigation in those papers. However, the presence of things like a 1981 briefing to the Chief of Air Staff indicates the case was at least discussed at high levels, if only to assure superiors it was being handled. One document in the MOD file that stands out is a memo by Deputy Chief of Defense Staff, DCI, Sir Anthony Bagnall, in 1985, responding to Lord Hill Norton's persistent inquiries. Essentially, he insisted nothing of defense significance was found, implying that if aliens had invaded the forest, NATO would have gone on alert, and that didn't happen. Hill Norton remained unconvinced until his death, suspecting a cover-up. Interestingly, some have speculated that parts of the Rendlesham incident were secretly investigated, but under the guise of other projects. In 1997 to 2000, the Defense Intelligence Staff conducted Project Condon, a secret study of UFO reports which concluded that UFOs, or UAPs as they preferred, unidentified aerial phenomena, likely exist but are probably a type of unexplained natural plasma phenomena rather than alien craft. The Condon report, when declassified in 2006, did mention Rendlesham briefly, not by name, but as a well-known incident, suggesting that one hypothesis could be that it was due to a rare plasma or electromagnetic event that affected the witnesses and even caused them harm. It noted that UAP radiation might account for injuries like eye damage or skin burns in some cases. John Burroughs later used the Condon report's language to argue the U.S. government implicitly admitted something exotic happened and caused his injuries. This helped him win settlements of medical coverage. The VA did approve treatment for him, which he and his supporters tout as recognition that the event occurred. As years passed, Rendlesham became a staple in UFO literature and media. It's been featured in TV shows such as Unsolved Mysteries in 1989, that dramatization first brought it to a wide American audience with actors and an interview with Holt, and countless documentaries on the History Channel, Discovery, BBC, and more. It even inspired fictional works. A 2014 independent horror film, The Rendlesham UFO Incident, also known as Hangar 10, uses the event as a backdrop. And in 2019, BBC Radio 4 included Rendlesham as a plot element in an audio drama. The Forestry Commission, capitalizing on the enduring interest, established a UFO trail in Rendlesham Forest in 2005, complete with signs guiding visitors to the key locations, and at the end an artist's sculpture representing the UFO, a shiny metal abstract piece shaped somewhat like an eye or saucer. Today, enthusiasts still trek the woods, Geiger counters in hand, hoping to feel a connection to that mysterious night. Now that we've covered how the incident became public and how authorities responded, let's examine the various explanations that have been proposed. We will look at the full spectrum of theories, from the straightforward misidentification arguments to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and everything in between. We'll separate the factual from the speculative and see where the evidence points. But before we get into theories, we need to explore more detail into Penniston's binary code evidence. Chapter 5, a deep dive into Penniston's binary code evidence. Remember, Penniston alleges something extraordinary happened that first night. A bright flash of light engulfed him, and he experienced a burst of raw information entering his mind. Penniston would only fully reveal the bizarre aftermath of that encounter decades later. He said that night, he began seeing a stream of ones and zeros in my mind's eye, as if telepathically transmitted by the craft. The binary digits haunted his thoughts into the next day. Feeling compelled to record the code, Penniston grabbed a notebook and began jotting down page after page of binary sequences. He ultimately filled 16 pages with these binary numbers, copying down each bit until the mental flood of data finally ceased. At the time, Penniston did not understand the meaning of the binary code. He tucked the notebook away with his belongings and didn't think much about it afterwards, telling almost no one about this strange download of information. In Penniston's own account, the telepathic message compelled him to get the binary data out of his head and onto paper. Over the course of the day following the encounter, he painstakingly wrote line after line of ones and zeros in his small notebook. The act of transcribing seemed to relieve the tension visions. Once the code was written out, the imagery stopped. Penniston did not attempt to decode or interpret the binary at that time. As a trained USAF security officer and an aircraft crash investigator by training, he dutifully logged everything he observed about the strange craft in his notebook, from its physical dimensions and the patterns of glyphs on its surface to these mysterious numbers. However, the binary code's significance would remain a mystery to him for many years. For nearly 3 decades, the pages of binary code remained tucked away among Penniston's personal files. He reportedly did not bring them to light in any official debriefing or early investigations of the Rendlesham incident. In fact, even fellow witnesses and UFO researchers of the 1980 events were unaware that Penniston had recorded a string of binary digits. It wasn't until 2010, 30 years after the encounter, that Jim Penniston made the binary code known publicly. During a casual conversation with a paranormal researcher, Penniston mentioned the ones and zeros he had written down, and he even showed the old notebook pages. The researcher immediately recognized the sequence as binary code and encouraged him to have it analyzed. This marked the beginning of a new chapter in the Rendlesham Forest story, as the contents of Penniston's long-hidden binary message would finally be decoded. Once the existence of Penniston's binary notebook was revealed, efforts got underway to decipher its meaning. Penniston supplied copies of the 16 pages of binary digits to a few experts and investigators. Notably, Joe Luciano, a computer programmer and binary code enthusiast, was enlisted to analyze the sequence. The code, when entered into a computer, was found to translate neatly into text using the standard ASCII binary encoding system, the common coding scheme computers use to represent English letters and numbers. In other words, the mysterious strings of zeros and one was not random at all, but encoded a message in plain English. Using 8-bit ASCII, a 20th century computer text standard, Luciano converted the long binary string into readable characters. Out emerged a series of words, phrases, and numbers that looked like coordinates. The decrypted text was fragmentary in places, likely due to minor errors or gaps in Penniston's transcription, but it clearly formed an intelligible message in English. The resulting message was both intriguing and unsettling given its purported origin. It appeared to be written as a set of statements or notes, apparently from the perspective of whatever intelligence was behind the craft Penniston encountered. According to the decoded output, Penniston's binary code translated to a message that included geographic coordinates, brief declarations, and a puzzling reference to a year far in the future. The message, as decoded, can be summarized as follows: Exploration of humanity. This opening phrase suggests an ongoing mission or purpose related to observing or engaging with humankind. In the raw decode, it appeared as Exploration of Humanity 666-8100, with the numbers likely being garbled data or an identifier. Continuous for planetary advancement. The text here seems to convey something about an ongoing effort for planetary advancement. In the decoded fragment, it was incomplete. Continuous for planetary advan, but many interpret it as continuous for planetary advancement, implying a long-term program to help or study Earth's progress. Eyes of your eyes. A curious poetic phrase that appeared clearly in the binary message, decoded exactly as eyes of your eyes. It has no obvious meaning. Some speculate it could mean through your eyes, or be a metaphor for seeing through human perspectives, as if the sender is describing themselves as observers who share our vision. It remains an enigmatic element of the message. Origin year 8100. The final line of the message was Origin year 8100. This stunning detail has led to much debate. It is often taken to imply that the source of the message, or the beings behind the craft, are from the year 8100, suggesting time travelers rather than extraterrestrials. In UFO lore, this is a dramatic twist, hinting that those responsible for the Rendlesham encounter might be humans from our distant future, returning with a message or mission. Perhaps the most concrete part of the binary message were a series of latitude and longitude coordinates embedded within it. When translated, the binary code gave the following coordinates, alongside descriptions of the locations they pinpoint: 52.094253 north, 13.131269 west, a spot in the Atlantic Ocean near the legendary sunken island of High Brazil off the coast of Ireland. High Brazil is a mythical island that appeared on old maps and is famed in Celtic lore as a mist-shrouded land of advanced beings. 16.763177 north, 89.117768 west. This corresponds to Caracol, the largest known Maya archaeological site in Belize, deep in the jungle of Central America. 34.800272 north, 111.843567 west, a location near Sedona, Arizona, USA, a place famous for red rock canyons and long rumored to be a site of spiritual energy vortices and frequent UFO sightings. 29.977836 north, 31.131649 east. The site of the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt, the most iconic monument of ancient Egyptian civilization. 14.701505 south, 75.167043 west. A location among the Nazca Lines of Peru, the massive ancient geoglyphs etched into the desert that are often subjects of alien theories. 36.256845 north, 117.100632 east. This falls near the summit of Mount Taishan in Shandong, China, a mountain held sacred for millennia and associated with numerous historical temples. 37.110195 north, 25.372281 east. The site of the Temple of Apollo on Naxos, Greece, specifically at the ruins of the Portara, a giant stone doorway standing alone on a hillside. After listing these 7 coordinate points, the binary message ends with the cryptic lines noted earlier: Eyes of your eyes, and origin year 8100. In the presentation of the decoded text that Penniston and his colleagues have shared, some parts of the message around those phrases were jumbled or hard to interpret. Nonetheless, the overall content was enough to spark intense speculation. The inclusion of multiple ancient sacred sites, and even a fabled lost island, suggested that an intelligence was deliberately pointing to places of significance in human history and mythology. Supporters of the Penniston story have offered various interpretations of the binary code's meaning. The phrase exploration of humanity is often taken as a description of the mission, that the senders are engaging in an exploration or survey of human civilization, perhaps as part of a long-term research or guidance program. Continuous for planetary advancement could imply that this effort has been ongoing and is aimed at advancing our planet in some way, possibly monitoring our development or subtly aiding it. In this reading, the binary message starts to sound almost like a status report or a statement of purpose from these mysterious observers. The coordinates could be viewed as areas of special interest designated by the message senders. Many of the sites named have figured in popular ancient astronaut or Earth mystery theories. For example, the Nazca Lines in Peru have long been speculated by some fringe theorists to be signals to extraterrestrials or created with otherworldly guidance. High Brazil, the Phantom Island, is steeped in lore about an advanced lost civilization. Sedona has a reputation as a modern hotspot for UFO activity and mystical energy. Karakol and Mount Tai were centers of powerful ancient cultures in their regions. The Temple of Apollo's lone Portara on Naxos literally resembles a doorway or portal, a symbol not lost on those looking for a connection to gateways or travel. Enthusiasts note that if one were a time traveler or alien intelligence monitoring human civilization, these locations might represent a kind of checklist of noteworthy sites, whether due to their spiritual importance, historical significance, or perhaps because they were sites of past contact with non-human intelligence. In other words, the coordinates in the code could be interpreted as a deliberate highlighting of humanity's hotspots of mystery and power. The line "Origin Year 8100" has especially fueled the theory that the Rendlesham craft was not extraterrestrial at all, but rather extratemporal, originating from another time. If taken at face value, it implies that whoever sent the message identifies their point of origin in time as the year 8100 AD. This idea overlaps with a subset of UFO lore that speculates some UFOs are actually vehicles operated by future humans who have mastered time travel. In some interviews, Penniston himself has leaned into this interpretation, suggesting that the beings he encountered might be time travelers from our distant future, subtly interacting with humanity for reasons we can only guess. However, this is far from a proven conclusion. It remains a speculative theory based on one intriguing phrase. It's worth noting that the binary message's wording is somewhat odd and not entirely smooth. The lack of punctuation, the all-caps format, and phrases like "eyes of your eyes" give it a cryptic, almost riddle-like tone. It reads like something translated or approximate, rather than a perfectly clear proclamation. Some skeptics argue that if an alien or time-traveling intelligence intended to deliver a message to humanity, it's peculiar that the result would include garbled bits and half-intelligible phrases. Sympathizers countered that Penniston may have transcribed the code imperfectly under the stress of the encounter, or whatever method was used to send the telepathic data could have introduced errors. In any case, the decoded content is just coherent enough to tantalize, providing provocative clues but leaving plenty of room for interpretation. The binary code story has been met with considerable skepticism, even among some Rendlesham incident insiders. Critics point out several red flags that suggest the binary message may be a fabrication or hoax rather than a genuine extraterrestrial or future human communication. Jim Penniston did not mention receiving a binary code in any public account of the incident for nearly 30 years. In fact, Penniston spoke about Rendlesham in interviews and even showed his notebook on a 2003 television program. Yet the binary-filled pages were never brought up until 2010. The long delay in revealing this sensational aspect of his story raises doubts for many. Skeptics suggest that if he truly had 16 pages of binary downloaded from a UFO, it's hard to imagine keeping it under wraps for so long, especially as the Rendlesham incident gained fame in UFO circles. The decoded message relies on ASCII encoding of English text, a very human and contemporary method of storing information. ASCII is a standard computer code developed in the 1960s to represent letters and numbers in binary. The odds that an extraterrestrial or far future intelligence would coincidentally use the exact ASCII binary scheme, not to mention communicate in modern English, are exceedingly low. To skeptics, this strongly suggests a human origin for the code. if one were to argue in favor of authenticity, one might say the senders chose a format we could decode. However, the far simpler explanation is that the code was created by someone familiar with ASCII and deliberately made to seem mysterious. No one else from the USAF security team in 1980 has confirmed witnessing Penniston writing down binary code or receiving any similar telepathic information. Airman John Burroughs, who was with Penniston during the encounter, has expressed surprise at the binary claim, noting that Penniston never mentioned any of this to him at the time. This discrepancy with the contemporaneous accounts suggests to some that the binary narrative was later addition to the story. The public reveal of the binary code in 2010 came at a time of renewed interest in the Rendlesham incident's 30th anniversary. Around this period, Penniston began collaborating on a new book and participated in television documentaries. Cynics have proposed that the binary story was introduced or emphasized to secure publishing deals and media appearances, since it added a sensational new twist to the well-known UFO case. In other words, they suspect the binary code tale may have been retrofitted narrative to rejuvenate interest in the story. Various computer scientists and programmers have examined the long string of ones and zeros. Many note that aside from its mysterious backstory, the code itself is straightforward to decode. It cleanly maps to ASCII text, with only minor oddities. One analyst pointed out that the message is only easy to decode in a very specific cultural context, meaning it presumes knowledge of English and binary ASCII code. That, they argue, is a clue that the message was constructed by a contemporary human, not an alien mind. Additionally, reviewers have spotted small errors in the binary transcription, extra or missing bits here and there, the kind of human mistakes one might make when copying a long binary string by hand. Such imperfections align more with a homemade hoax than a flawless transmission from an advanced spacecraft. On the other hand, there are voices in the UFO community who maintain that the binary code could be genuine. They point out that Penniston has consistently stood by his story and even passed polygraph tests, though polygraph tests are not definitive. Creating a lengthy binary message that translates into coherent text is not something the average person would undertake lightly. Could Penniston, who was not a known computer expert, or an associate, have fabricated it? Possibly yes, and he had decades in which to refine the idea. But believers argue there was no obvious profit motive at the start. Penniston kept it secret for 30 years, which is an odd thing to do if it were simply a ploy for attention. They also mentioned that a few other lesser-known UFO cases have involved reports of binary code or strange symbols being received by witnesses, though none with evidence as concrete as Penniston's notebook. Even so, many UFO researchers approach the binary claim with caution. It remains an uncorroborated anecdote appended to an incident that already had its share of unexplained phenomena. The Rendlesham Forest binary code episode remains a fascinating but polarizing footnote. On one hand, it adds an almost cinematic layer to the story, the idea of an alien or time-traveling craft, not only landing in a forest, but also implanting a secret coded message into a witness's mind. Feels like the plot of a science fiction thriller. The content of the code, with its mix of ancient sacred sites and a far future date, has provided rich fuel for speculation. It ties the 1980 encounter to a broader narrative about human history and destiny, as if hinting that our civilization is being quietly observed or guided by advanced intelligence. However, the documented facts about the binary code rely solely on Jim Penniston's testimony in those pages from his notebook. Unlike the initial UFO sightings at Rendlesham, which had multiple witnesses and even an audio recording of the second night's events, the binary download has no evidence beyond Penniston's word and the results of the ASCII decoding. This makes it a highly subjective part of the case. One has to either take Penniston at his word or assume that this portion of the tale was fabricated or misinterpreted. In an objective review, it must be acknowledged that no definitive proof has emerged to confirm the binary code's otherworldly origin. The coordinates and phrases are certainly intriguing, but they do not conclusively identify who or what delivered the message, nor do they prove the message's authenticity. Meanwhile, the use of a human computer code, ASCII English, as the medium is a detail that skeptics seize upon as a telltale sign of a hoax. As a result, most mainstream UFO investigators and debunkers regard the binary code story with skepticism or outright dismissal. Yet, for others, this binary saga remains an alluring mystery. Penniston's earnest demeanor and the sheer strangeness of his claim make it an unforgettable part of the Rendlesham legend. It beckons us to imagine provocative possibilities. If the code were genuinely a message from beings in our future or from an alien mind, what does it say about our place in the cosmos? Are there indeed intelligence out there? Perhaps even our own descendants who marked Earth's ancient sites and reached back through time to whisper a warning or record into one man's consciousness. In summary, Jim Penniston's binary code is a story that straddles the line between documented event and speculative lore. Its origin and meaning remain unresolved. This tale serves as a reminder that some mysteries, whether genuine or manufactured, captivate us as much by the questions they raise as by the answers they offer. As the decade passes, the Rendlesham Forest incident continues to intrigue, and its binary code subplot endures as a modern enigma, one that inspires both wonder and skepticism depending on who's listening. And now we will continue on to the theories of Rendlesham. Chapter 6. Theories and Explanations from the Mundane to the Extraordinary. The Rendlesham Forest incident sits at the intersection of multiple possibilities. Like any good mystery, it has inspired a wide spectrum of explanations. Here, we will carefully examine each major theory, separating factual evidence from speculative interpretation. Imagine we are investigators, laying out all hypotheses on a table in a quiet study, considering each in turn under a soft lamplight, without jumping to conclusions. The skeptical explanation. The simplest way to explain a strange incident is to find ordinary things that could account for it. Skeptics of the Rendlesham case have indeed pointed to a combination of prosaic factors, which, in their view, could together create the illusion of a UFO landing. The Orford-Ness lighthouse theory. This is the cornerstone of the skeptical case. As introduced earlier, Orford-Ness Lighthouse stood on the coast a few miles east of the forest, flashing every 5 seconds a powerful beam. Skeptics argue that the airmen, not being local Brits, might not have been very familiar with this lighthouse. In the adrenaline of chasing lights, they could have mistaken the periodic flash as a moving object between trees. Ian Ridpath, an astronomy writer and skeptic who has studied Rendlesham extensively, points out specific support for the lighthouse theory. In the original eyewitness statements from the first night, both Capensack and Burroughs explicitly mentioned following what turned out to be a beacon or lighthouse. This suggests that at least at some point, they realized the light they were chasing remained at a fixed direction and interval, consistent with the lighthouse. On the second night, Halt's tape includes a moment where he notes the flash timing. Indeed, by analyzing the audio timestamps, it appears the flashing light he saw across the farmer's field was blinking every 5 seconds, which exactly matches Orford-Ness's rotation rate. Halt did not draw that connection himself at the time, but later investigations did. The lighthouse had been there for decades, yes, but perhaps under certain weather conditions, like light fog or haze on those nights, its beam was more visible inland than usual, or seemed to hover at certain angles. Additionally, the design of the lighthouse included a metal shade on one side to dim it towards the land, but not entirely block it, so the beam would appear weaker than out to sea, perhaps giving an odd intermittent glow instead of a sharp beam, which could be eerie if you weren't expecting it. Proponents of the UFO reality respond that trained military observers would not chase a lighthouse for hours, especially multiple men over multiple nights. They argue the men knew the area, in that a lighthouse doesn't zigzag through the forest or split into pieces. The counter from the skeptics is that nobody actually saw a structured craft move in and out of trees, except in later embellished stories. Instead, they mostly saw a light, and our eyes can play tricks in the dark, especially when adrenaline is high. The fireball meteor. Astronomers found that in the very early hours of December 26th, around 3 a.m., a bright meteor was observed over southern England, exactly the time Penniston's team first saw something falling. If a meteor streaked overhead and burned out, it might have appeared to them as a flare or aircraft in distress descending into the forest. This could have triggered the whole response in the first place. Once in the forest, they then could have been chasing other lights like the lighthouse or stars, thinking it was the same object. So in this scenario, the initial trigger was a bright meteor, the subsequent light was the lighthouse. This is quite plausible for the kickoff moment. Something did light up the sky around that time, according to records, the American Meteor Society data. It would have lasted a few seconds, enough to alarm the guards. Bright stars and planets. As mentioned, Sirius, the brightest star, was low in the south and known to twinkle intensely with colors, potentially looking like it beams now and then if clouds scudded by. Other bright objects like Vega or Deneb in the north, or planets like Jupiter, could account for the star-like objects Halt's team reported. People not familiar with astronomy might think a steadily hovering bright light that doesn't twinkle much because it's a planet is a UFO at distance, especially if you're already seeing something odd nearby. Halt did describe stars in his memo, which suggests at least he considered they might have been looking at stars, though he wasn't certain, he just noted them. Brian Dunning, in his Skeptoid podcast analysis of Rendlesham, systematically matched the positions of the stars in the lighthouse to what was in the sky and where the witnesses were positioned. He concluded everything Halt recorded on tape had a corresponding mundane source: the meteors, the lighthouse, the star Sirius, etc., and that the beam of light from the sky could just be the illusion of a star twinkling more brightly momentarily, or seen through a break in the clouds seeming to cast a ray. The landing mark are animal tracks. The trio of depressions found could indeed be rabbit diggings. Forestry commission workers in that area are familiar with rabbits scraping out sand. The spacing form a near-perfect triangle is the main thing giving pause. If it was random animal, coincidence it was triangular? Possibly yes. Or could it be that these were old holes from some forestry instruments or survey markers? One thought was maybe someone set up an all-weather tripod or something before, but no evidence for that. Animal digging remains a viable explanation though, especially since no traces of high heat or strangeness were found at those spots, aside from a bit of higher radioactivity, which was barely above normal. Prank or hoax theory. Several have been speculated whether the whole affair could have been a prank played either by servicemen or an outside agency. One former USAF policeman, Kevin Conda, came forward in the late 1990s and claimed that he once pulled a prank at Bentwaters by driving a patrol vehicle with modified lights, perhaps a police car with extra lights, through the base, making it look like UFO. However, when pressed, Conda admitted the date didn't match. He said it was an incident in August 1980 and that it was just a brief gag. His story doesn't fit the December timeline or specifics, and he wasn't even stationed at Woodbridge per se, so this is likely not directly related. It might have inspired others to think prank. The SAS revenge hoax story from 2018. British Special Air Service commandos were allegedly testing base security earlier in 1980, got captured and roughed up by the Americans, then decided to hoax them over Christmas by rigging light flares and kites with remote control lights to scare them, taunting them as unidentified aliens. It's quite a tale. David Clark reported it in 2018, claiming he got it from an anonymous source within the SAS. But on digging, Clark himself doubted parts of it. Evidence was scant aside from hearsay. It reads almost like a dark comedy scenario. While it's not impossible for bored soldiers to create a prank, doing so with multiple personnel for multiple nights without anyone spilling the beans clearly in 40 years and achieving such perplexing effects include silent maneuvering lights splitting apart, hard to do with 1980s tech and flares, makes it less convincing. Most researchers considered this SAS story interesting but unproven, possibly itself a red herring or tall tale told over pints at the pub. Could it have been a secret military test or exercise? For instance, some have asked, might the US have been testing some advanced drone or holographic projection to see how troops react? Or perhaps it was related to electronic warfare testing that inadvertently caused visual phenomena. The Cold War did spawn some wild tech, but in 1980, drones were in infancy, nothing with silent hovering and rapid movement that we know of, especially not with brilliant light displays. Holograms capable of projecting into open air were science fiction then. Even now, we can't project true mid-air holograms without a medium like mist. One narrower idea, maybe the UFO, was actually a downed Soviet spy satellite or capsule re-entering. There was speculation a Soviet Cosmos satellite might have decayed orbit around that time. If something did fall, it may be spew radioactive material. However, no corresponding debris was found, and the MOD or USAF would have likely recovered it and not left the area open. Given no evidence surfaced of a planned prank or secret op, these remain conjectures. Psychological factors. One must consider that it was dark, late, and these events happened over the Christmas holiday, which could mean some personnel might have been drinking or fatigued, though those on duty presumably would not be intoxicated. The power of suggestion also matters. Once the first night happened, on subsequent nights, folks were primed to see something, so even minor lights could be magnified by expectation and tension into perceived extraordinary phenomena. Also, the idea that multiple nights were the same UFO returning might be wrong. Each night might have had separate causes that the witnesses strung together as one narrative. Night 1 might have been meeting in lighthouse. Night 2 possibly just a brief fireball, or nothing major but rumors. Night 3, a bright star in the lighthouse again, interpreted as a moving craft. If one viewed it like that, nothing truly unearthly is needed, just a series of unfortunate misinterpretations feeding a growing base legend. It's worth noting the environment too. Rendlesham Forest can be disorienting at night. Tall pine rows can create optical illusions. If you have a light source, moving your head can make it appear to dance as it shines between trunks. The ground mist can diffuse lights, making them appear larger or closer. And auditory cues like the deer screams can heighten fear. To sum up the skeptics' views, they say no hard evidence came of this. No pieces of a craft, no reliable photos, just witness testimony which has changed over time. Everything described can arguably be traced to known objects or errors of perception. As Brian Dunning concluded, taking each piece separately, nothing inexplicable remains. Only when fused into a dramatic story do they seem mysterious. The extraterrestrial hypothesis. On the other side of the spectrum, many believe that what happened in Rendlesham Forest was indeed the landing or low flight of a craft under intelligent control, perhaps of extraterrestrial origin. Let's lay out why this case is often cited as one of the best UFO incidents supporting an alien visitation scenario. Multiple trained witnesses. Unlike many UFO cases, with a single witness or just civilians, here we have numerous U.S. Air Force personnel who witnessed events on multiple nights. These were individuals trusted to guard nuclear-capable bases, presumably with good sense and observational skills. They all consistently reported seeing something highly unusual. Even if some details differ, the core claim of there were bright, unexplained lights moving in ways not consistent with aircraft or stars is echoed by several. Charles Holt's rank and reputation add weight. He has nothing to gain from inventing this. In fact, it brought him as much hassle as praise. He stands by his account decades on. Physical evidence. Proponents argue there was indeed evidence. The landing marks, higher radiation readings measured, Holt's team recorded 0.07 milliroentgen per hour at landing site, which, while not dangerous, was notably above background, hinting that something emitting radiation might have been there. Some tree damage was observed, broken branches. There are claims of soil or vegetation analysis done later that showed anomalies, though results of any such tests have not been conclusively presented in public domain. Aside from anecdotal mention in Bruni's book that analysis of soil where the craft allegedly landed showed micro changes. Additionally, the witnesses themselves might be considered evidence. John Burroughs' heart issues potentially caused by an intense burst of radiation or energy, which, if linked to this event, suggests something beyond a lighthouse was present. Audio recording. The whole tape is often pointed out as unique evidence in UFO lore, a contemporaneous recording of an encounter by the actual participant. Listening to it, one hears the genuine astonishment in the men's voices. It's hard to imagine an officer and NCOs engaging in such an elaborate theater just for kicks. Their commentary about the object coming towards us and what is it? It's definitely not any aircraft, etc., provides a compelling real-time perspective. If one trusts Holt, the tape also indicates something physically present. The object reacted to them, moved, then exploded and vanished. Consistent pattern with other UFO cases. Ufologists note that some elements seen in Rendlesham match other unexplained cases. For example, the beam of light from the object, also reported in events like the 1976 Tehran UFO case, where a UFO allegedly shot a beam down to the ground or to a jet. The malfunctioning radios, common in close encounters, possibly due to electromagnetic interference. The description of a silent object maneuvering at high speed, beyond known tech then. Animals reacting in fear, an often reported aspect, suggesting a physical energy or presence affecting them. Also, the timing near a military base with sensitive weapons correlate with other UFO reports, where UFOs seem to show interest in nuclear sites. For example, incidents at the US ICBM sites in 1960s and at Russian bases as well, where the UFOs reportedly tampered with nuclear missile systems. In 2010, Holt himself joined other former officers in a press conference claiming UFOs have an eye on our nuclear arms. Direct craft encounter, Penniston's claim. Penniston's account of touching a craft and seeing symbols provides a level of detail seldom found unless one presumes a real craft was present. He describes the symbols as looking like Egyptian-style hieroglyphics or glyphs, a common theme in some UFO cases where witnesses report strange insignias. If he did copy them in his notebook in real time, there are images of Penniston's notebook showing hand-drawn symbols and binary code pages. Skeptics say these were written later, but Penniston insisted they were done within days of the event. It implies a tangible object was there long enough for him to observe details about 45 minutes. He claims about that long, which include a period of missing time for Burroughs. Multiple UFOs observed. It wasn't just one singular light. Halt's team saw several separate objects over a broader area. If one thinks about it, a lighthouse, meteor, etc., wouldn't give that impression of multiple craft. Instead, it sounds more like a scenario of multiple advanced craft operating, like a small fleet or drones from a mothership, etc. Larry Warren's account, controversial as it is, also speaks of multiple UFOs, and even entities. While his credibility is debated, some wonder if maybe there was a kernel of truth, that there was indeed some interaction that got embellished. The core idea being, could this have been a contact event that was quickly hushed up? Government interest and cover-up signs. UFO proponents often assert that the low-key official response is a classic cover-up tactic. Publicly dismiss it while privately gathering information. They point to General Gabriel's alleged visit. The USAFE commander-in-chief flew to Bentwaters soon after the incident, reportedly, and say it's unlikely a person of that stature would bother unless something significant happened. If indeed he took base logs, tape recordings, and more, and left, it suggests the U.S. wanted to handle it internally. Nick Pope's cold case review in the 90s noted that some files or evidence seemed to be missing or never shared with the MOD, which is suspicious. Also, the unusual difficulty John Burroughs had in obtaining his medical records. They were classified. Hence, something about his service, the incident or subsequent treatment, was sensitive. High strangeness element. Some of the weirder aspects, like the binary code story with messages from the year 8100, or the idea of time travelers. Penniston has lately leaned into the theory that the visitors were not aliens but humans from the future, while sounding far-fetched, are embraced by some as exactly the kind of mind-bending truth that might underlie UFO encounters. The argument is that these events often have illogical or paranormal qualities, not easily explained by mistaken lighthouses. Could a simple lighthouse induce telepathic binary downloads of future coordinates? Hard to rationalize that away as misidentification. So either Penniston made that up, which skeptics do believe, or something genuinely bizarre happened beyond just lights. In essence, the case for a genuine UFO event is cumulative. Credible people plus multiple independent observations, plus recorded and written evidence, plus physical traces, plus pattern consistency with other cases. Those who favor this view often call Rendlesham Britain's Roswell, not just because it's famous, but because they suspect, like Roswell, perhaps something truly exotic occurred and authorities swept it away. No craft or bodies to show in this case, as Roswell lore claims for that event, but at least strong testimony and an official paper trail acknowledging something unknown penetrated a military facility's vicinity multiple times in 72 hours. Between "it was just mistaken lights" and "it was aliens" lie some intermediate or alternative theories worth noting. Plasma orbs or Earth lights. Some researchers have speculated about geophysical phenomena that could cause glowing orbs of light. For example, the idea of earthquake lights or plasma formations due to tectonic stress releasing electrical energy. Suffolk isn't particularly seismic, but there could be geological factors. Project Condon, the secret MOD study, hinted that a buoyant charged plasma possibly related to a meteor could have occurred, and that such a thing might even affect minds by electromagnetic fields causing hallucinations. This is quite theoretical, but they pointed out that UAP might produce localized ionizing radiation or high-frequency fields. If indeed a small ball of plasma hovered, it might explain the light and radiation, but could it move with apparent intelligence? That's hard to swallow unless one posits some unknown atmospheric intelligence, a fringe notion by some have posited, for example by Paul Devereaux, who studied Earth lights and thought they might have some consciousness. This veers into speculative naturalism. No direct evidence for plasma ball at Rendlesham, except that some falling space debris meteor happened at onset. Time travelers or interdimensional hypothesis. As mentioned, Penniston's interpretation now is that these were time-traveling humans. Larry Warren's tale at times suggested a quasi-spiritual or interdimensional aspect, with talk of mind manipulation. Some authors have surmised that the forest might have had a dimensional window opening. These ideas are extremely speculative, but arise because the event is weird and perhaps doesn't neatly fit just nuts and bolts ET visitation. The binary code referencing year 8100 directly plays into time travel. If one entertains that, the idea is that future humans mastered sending information or probes back, and maybe the craft Penniston touched was a probe from our far future, hence why it didn't harm him and was gathering data. Again, this is more the territory of science fiction and goes beyond evidence, but it shows how the case has invited creative explanations to account for the high strangeness. Combination of factors. It's possible no single theory accounts for everything, but several different things coincidentally overlap. For instance, maybe night 1 they did see a genuine unknown craft, which left evidence. In night 3, they were fooled by the lighthouse and stars because they were expecting the craft to be back, or vice versa. Maybe night 1 was misidentification, but night 3 something truly did occur. Some have mooted that maybe a classified satellite re-entry, like a spy satellite, happened and some recovery operation was going on, explaining lights in the forest, and the base personnel stumbled into it and were then managed with cover stories. Or that some tests of a directed energy weapon, like a laser from an aircraft, could have caused beams and ionization in the air that looked like orbs. The beam from above could be a targeting laser from something at high altitude, although why over a forest? None of these partial theories have much to back them beyond speculation. Soviet space debris. Space object tracking records show that several satellites, or rocket stage, fell back to Earth in late December 1980. Notably, on December 25, 1980, at approximately 21:07 GMT, which is Christmas night, just 6 hours before the first Rendlesham sightings. A large Soviet rocket stage re-entered the atmosphere, creating a brilliant nighttime display. This was the upper stage of the Cosmos 749 mission, a Soviet launch from 1975. When it burned up on re-entry, multiple bright objects from the disintegrated rocket streaked across the sky. Observers across northwest Europe, from Spain and France up to southern England, reported seeing a group of intense, fast-moving light overhead. In southern England, including Suffolk and Sussex counties, many eyewitnesses initially mistook the fiery breakup for a formation of UFOs rather than falling space debris. According to an analysis published by the British Astronomical Association, the last fragment of this rocket stage likely burnt out over the North Sea, just off the coast of Essex, east of Clacton. Any surviving pieces would have fallen into the ocean, and no recoverable debris was found on land. Importantly, Cosmos 749's re-entry was a known event. The object was identified as the final stage of a Soviet SL-8 booster rocket that had been orbiting Earth for over 5 years. It was not the satellite itself, but the spent rocket that originally launched Cosmos 749 in 1975. As a dead inert metal cylinder with no propulsion or guidance, its decay was unplanned and uncontrolled. In fact, the Cosmos 749 satellite payload had already fallen back to Earth a few months earlier, in September 1980. That payload was an electronic eavesdropping satellite. Importantly, it was not nuclear powered and not designed for any kind of gentle re-entry or recovery. By late December, only the rocket's empty upper stage remained in orbit until Earth's gravity and atmospheric drag pulled it down on Christmas night. In addition to the Cosmos 749 rocket, several other space objects decayed during December of 1980. Tracking data for NORAD and RAF Fylingdales indicates that around the same time, fragments from other missions re-entered as well. For example, components of Soviet satellite Cosmos 899, Cosmos 1227, Cosmos 1174, and a spent stage of a Soviet Ekron 6 communication satellite all fell back in the last week of 1980. Some U.S. satellite debris, such as pieces of Landsat 2 and a trans-stage rocket motor, also decayed in that window. However, none of those other re-entries were noted to produce conspicuous fireball over the UK. The Cosmos 749 booster's dramatic re-entry on December 25th was unique in being widely seen and reported by the public in Britain. It occurred at an ideal time, early evening, and under clear winter skies, making it highly visible. Other decays likely occurred either over unpopulated areas or in daylight escaping notice. Despite the lack of hard evidence, the notion of a downed Soviet satellite as a possible explanation for the Rendlesham sighting has been floated over the years. Early on, some speculated that the U.S. Air Force personnel might have stumbled upon a spy satellite crash or retrieval operation rather than an alien encounter. In fact, Rendlesham has inspired numerous theories, and the Soviet satellite crash idea was among them. This theory posits that the strange lights and the frenzy of activity could have been caused by a falling piece of Soviet space hardware, perhaps one carrying sensitive technology or even a nuclear reactor, leading to a secret cleanup. However, no Soviet satellite was officially reported to have fallen on UK territory at that time, and certainly not in Rendlesham Forest. The closest real event was the Cosmos 749 rocket re-entry, which, as established, ended over the North Sea, not on land. Its timing, early night of the 25th, also did not coincide with the main forest sighting, which happened in the pre-dawn hours of the 26th and again on the 28th. The satellite crash hypothesis therefore requires assuming a second event occurred in the forest, but there is no record of any space object decaying precisely at those later times. After surveying all these possibilities, where do we arrive? Perhaps we should consider the prudent, measured conclusion. Something very unusual happened in Rendlesham Forest that has not been completely explained to everyone's satisfaction. The mundane explanations accounts for a lot, but not everything, especially when considering the earnestness of witnesses like Holt. The exotic explanations are intriguing, but lack hard proof. Chapter 7. Connections to UFO Lore and Legacy of the Incident. The Rendlesham Forest incident did not occur in isolation. It is part of a broader tapestry of UFO lore and modern mythology. In this section, we'll place Rendlesham in context with other incidents and discuss its legacy and impact on culture and ufology. The comparison to the Roswell incident of 1947, where an object crashed in New Mexico and was allegedly recovered by the U.S. Army with conspiracy theories of alien bodies, is often made. What both share is involvement of the military, subsequent secrecy, and enduring controversy. However, they differ in nature. Roswell was about physical debris, later claimed to be just a balloon by officials, whereas Rendlesham was a series of sightings with no publicly displayed debris. In terms of evidence, Rendlesham arguably has stronger official documentation. We have Holt's memo and tape, whereas Roswell's official documents were sparse and contradictory. Both cases fuel belief in government cover-ups of UFO reality, and both have had witnesses who later recanted or changed stories, adding to confusion. If the Rendlesham objects were indeed UFOs, it fits a pattern reported elsewhere. One well-documented case is the Maelstrom AFB incident in Montana, 1967, where multiple nuclear missiles allegedly went offline while guards saw a glowing red saucer overhead. Similarly, at Minot AFB, North Dakota, 1968, personnel in both a B-52 and on the ground saw a UFO that tampered with missile sites. Colonel Holt mentioned at a 2010 press conference that Bentwaters had nuclear weapons on site, despite a treaty saying the U.S. wouldn't store nukes in the UK. A little diplomatic bombshell. If true, that fact was secret in 1980, meaning the UFO might have zeroed in on a store of warheads. It suggests an intelligence behind UFOs that monitors our most destructive devices, a theme that intrigues many. Perhaps an extraterrestrial watchdog or an automated probe responding to nuclear materials. Some theories propose UFO are attracted to radiation. Rendlesham's inclusion in that narrative gave it significance beyond a local sighting. It's potentially part of the story of UFOs and nukes, which is a very serious threat that even some military folk have openly discussed. The late 1970s and 1980s saw a surge in high-profile UFO cases worldwide. In 1978, there was the Tehran incident, the Iranian jet versus UFO. Also, 1978 saw a famous pilot disappear in Australia, Frederick Valentich, after reporting a UFO. We have a full episode on Frederick Valentich on our channel if you want to learn more. In 1979, a Spanish airliner had a UFO encounter. In early December 1980, just a few weeks before Rendlesham, the Cash Landrum incident in Texas occurred, where two women and a boy encountered a diamond-shaped bright UFO that left them with radiation burns. Interestingly, they also saw military helicopters in pursuit, raising speculation of a military involvement or retrieval. It's curious these two incidents happened within days of each other on different continents. Some wonder if there was a global uptick in UFO activity or if some secret operation was going on. Some skeptics like to point out that just a year or two before 1980, movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, 1977, and Alien, 1979, were big hits, and sci-fi was in the zeitgeist. Could the airmen have been influenced by science fiction imagery subconsciously? When Penniston drew symbols, they vaguely resemble ones people have seen in shows or earlier UFO literature. However, the men themselves claimed they weren't into UFO stuff at the time. Halt, for instance, said he hadn't even heard of the term close encounters before someone mentioned it to him after the incident. Nonetheless, the story's elements, mysterious craft, beams of light, even possible aliens, unfold like a movie scenario, which has led cynics to muse if it was some psychological drama or hoax. But often, reality and fiction trade places in the UFO world. Real reports inspire film, and films in turn influence how people frame later experiences. Rendlesham arguably legitimized UFO interest in the UK to a degree. Before that, the UK had some famous cases, like the 1967 Devon Flying Cross photo, the 1974 Berwyn Mountain incident, but Rendlesham had the official paper trail. It also spurred the MOD to be more transparent eventually. In 2008 to 2013, the MOD released nearly all its UFO files, largely to quell endless Freedom of Information requests, and Rendlesham always stood out among them. It is often cited in calls for further official inquiry, even up to recent years when governments like the US have reopened examinations of UAP. In fact, in June of 2021, when the US Director of National Intelligence delivered a report on UAP to Congress, British tabloids quizzed whether the UK will revisit cases like Rendlesham under new light. Nick Pope argued they should, so the case remains a touchstone in any serious discussion about unexplained aerial events. What happened in those woods has become part of Suffolk local identity. There are annual UFO conferences in the area at times, forest tours, and locals who were around in 1980 sometimes chimes in with recollections. Some have claimed that around that time, there were a few civilian witnesses. For example, a forestry worker named Vince Thurkettle said he saw odd lights from a distance that he assumed were poachers or people with lanterns in the forest that night. Only later did he suspect it was related. A farm family living nearby reported their cows and animals went crazy on one of those nights, which fits with the men hearing farm animals. These little corroborations, while not definitive, have entered the lore. Perhaps one of the most compelling things about Rendlesham is watching the human drama of those involved unfold over decades. You have men who were young servicemen, now in their 60s and 70s, still trying to understand what they encountered, sometimes at odds with each other's memories. It's a reminder that UFO events can profoundly affect those who witness them. Jim Penniston, John Burroughs, and Charles Holt have all said their lives were changed that December. For Penniston and Burroughs, pursuing the truth in vindication became almost an occupation in itself. Holt, initially just a man doing his job, became intertwined with the UFO community and often sounds frustrated that officialdom wouldn't admit something unusual occurred on his base, even if not calling it alien. As of 2025, the Rendlesham incident is 45 years in the past, yet it still draws attention. The case has been re-examined countless times. New snippets occasionally emerge, like a claim of a photo or an audio that someone's been holding on to. None have definitively surfaced. The UK's National Archives still holds some of these files on Rendlesham that remained classified on security grounds, possibly related to nuclear weapon information or defense radar data. Conspiracy-minded folk wonder if those hold secrets that could shed light on what was zipping around that night. Chapter 8. Mirage Men and Manufactured Myth, CIA, Doty, and Misinformation. In the stillness of Rendlesham Forest, something happened, something that left behind impressions on the soil, memories in the minds of seasoned military men, and questions that have echoed for decades. But the Rendlesham incident, isolated as it may be, unfolded within a much larger web, a web spun not just of mystery, but of intention. As we move deeper into the narrative, our path now winds through foggier terrain, but we would be remiss if we did not include this as part of any UFO investigation. Here, we shift our focus from what was seen to what may have been coerced. To understand why some believe the Rendlesham affair may not have been what it seemed, we must look back, not just to Suffolk in 1980, but across the ocean into the corridors of American intelligence, where unidentified flying objects have long been a source of both curiosity and utility. In the late 1940s and 1950s, strange lights in the sky captured America's imagination. It was the dawn of the Cold War, a time when every unexpected sight might be a new Soviet weapon, or perhaps something not of this earth. As reports of flying saucers poured in by the hundreds, the U.S. government grew uneasy. Officials at the new-formed CIA noted the public's growing fascination with UFOs and worried how mass hysteria might affect national security. What if an enemy could exploit UFO mania, or if a flood of panicked reports jammed communication lines during a real attack? The UFO phenomenon had become more than a curiosity. It was seen as a potential threat to the orderly control of society, even if the saucers themselves proved harmless. Against this backdrop, the CIA kept a wary eye on the Air Force's investigations into UFO sightings. Throughout the early Cold War, the Air Force ran projects with codenames like Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book to catalog and explain UFO reports. Their conclusion, time after time, was that no evidence of alien spacecraft had been found. Most sightings were misidentified stars, weather balloons, or other mundane objects. Yet, the public's enthusiasm for the topic only seemed to grow. By 1952, Sensational headlines about UFOs, even over the nation's capital, made the White House anxious for answers. In January 1953, the CIA took a decisive step to address the UFO issue. It convened a panel of top scientists, chaired by physicist H.P. Robertson of Caltech, to study the flying saucer reports and recommend what to do. For several tense days, this Robertson panel reviewed evidence from the past 5 years of sightings. Their conclusion was reassuring, yet pointed. UFOs themselves posed no direct threat to the United States. There was no sign of secret Soviet craft or alien invaders in the sky. However, the idea of UFOs had the potential to sow danger through mass panic or distraction. The real enemy, the panel suggested, might be the public itself if widespread UFO hysteria overwhelmed government response or was manipulated by adversaries. To head off that scenario, the Robertson panel recommended a proactive campaign to debunk UFOs in the public mind. The American public, the panel noted, had become too gullible and prone to see aliens everywhere. To cure this, they suggested using mass media, science education, and even Hollywood's help to demystify flying saucer sightings. One proposal was to enlist Walt Disney Studios to produce cartoons or films showing how ordinary phenomena could be mistaken for extraterrestrial craft. Across newspapers and TV, authorities would explain away UFO reports with simple, non-threatening answers. If people could learn to recognize Venus in the evening sky or a formation of high-flying jets, they might be less likely to jump to fantastic conclusions. In short, the CIA's panel wanted to gently ridicule and dispel the UFO craze before it led to real trouble. Behind closed doors, the Robertson panel also urged monitoring of civilian UFO groups that had sprung up around the country. Organizations of amateur ufologists were probing military bases for information and sometimes making wild claims. The CIA worried that hostile agents could infiltrate these groups or that the groups might unwittingly disseminate enemy propaganda under the guise of UFO news. Thus, intelligence officials thought it wise to keep tabs on private UFO researchers, quietly of course. Indeed, the CIA itself tried to keep its involvement in UFO affairs as hidden as possible. Records showed that the very existence of the Robertson panel and the agency's role in it was initially classified and concealed from the public. Only decades later did declassified files reveal how deeply the CIA had been engaged in shaping the early narrative about UFOs. At the time, however, Americans watching a sober 1956 CBS TV special on UFO, friend, foe, or fantasy had no idea the program's content was influenced by a CIA-sponsored panel's conclusion. The debunking was underway, subtly and effectively, presented as common-sense science. Even as authorities publicly dismissed flying saucers, some of the UFO sightings did have a basis in reality, just not the alien reality many imagined. In the mid-1950s, the CIA began testing ultra-secret high-altitude aircraft like the U-2 spy planes. These long, silvery jets could soar to altitudes above 60,000 feet, far higher than any airliners of the era. To a commercial pilot or a sky-gazing civilian in those days, an object that high and fast was utterly unknown. Not surprisingly, UFO reports spiked as the U-2 test program got underway. Pilots described bright, glinting objects zipping through the twilight sky, never realizing they were watching the cutting edge of human technology, not a vehicle from another world. The CIA and Air Force faced a dilemma. They could hardly reveal the truth about these sightings without blowing the cover on critical reconnaissance programs aimed at adversaries like the Soviet Union. So they let the UFO lore persist. Air Force investigators on Project Blue Book were aware of the U-2 flights, but they were instructed to withhold that fact from the public. Instead, they politely explained such reports as reflections of stars or ordinary aircraft, knowing full well the observers had likely seen a spy plane. According to a later CIA analysis, by the late 1950s, over half of all UFO sightings reported were actually misidentifications of secret U.S. aircraft, not only the U-2, but also the successive SR-71 Blackbird, which streaked across the skies in the 1960s. The government's silence meant that truly many UFOs were real craft in the sky, just not visitors from space. This necessary secrecy nurtured an unintended side effect. It fed the growing conviction that a cover-up about alien visitors must exist. As the CIA's own historian later admitted, the official denials and dodges, however well-intended, added fuel to conspiracy theories down the line. One classic example was the Roswell incident of 1947. Initially announced as the recovery of a flying disc, the story was swiftly changed by the Army Air Force, which claimed it was merely a weather balloon that crashed. Decades later, it was revealed to have been a balloon from Project Mogul, a top-secret effort to monitor Soviet nuclear tests. The Roswell cover story was a white lie of national security, not a grand alien secret, but it became the seed of perhaps the most famous UFO conspiracy of all. In case after case, Cold War realities were hidden behind a scrim of UFO confusion. The CIA and military found it useful at times for the public to believe they saw flying saucers, better a saucer than a spy plane or a spy project. These small deceptions were deemed justifiable under the existential pressures of the Cold War. They taught a generation of UFO enthusiasts to suspect that nothing was as it seemed, and that maybe the government knows more than it's saying about extraterrestrial visitors. We next cover the possibility of the epistemological trap. If UFOs are real, if something truly unexplainable occurred in Rendlesham or elsewhere, then the deliberate injection of disinformation means we may never be able to tell the truth from fabrication. The false stories are meant to replace the truth. They're meant to bury it. As investigator Mark Pilkington described it, the best cover for real secrets is a layer of fantastical falsehoods, too weird to believe, too close to real to ignore. By the late 1970s and 1980s, the UFO scene had evolved into a peculiar cat-and-mouse game between believers in the U.S. intelligence community. Perhaps no figure embodied this tangled era better than Richard C. Doty, a special agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, AFOSI. Doty's job in the early 80s wasn't a typical law enforcement or counterintelligence role. Instead, if his own later admissions are to be believed, he was tasked with inserting disinformation into UFO circles. In plainer terms, Sergeant Doty was a professional liar, but one wearing an Air Force uniform and carrying out orders. His arena was not a courtroom or a spy rendezvous, but the living rooms of UFO researchers and the pages of amateur UFO newsletters. One of Doty's main targets was a New Mexico businessman and UFO enthusiast named Paul Bennewitz. In 1979, Bennewitz lived near Kirkland Air Force Base and became convinced he was intercepting signals from alien spacecraft overhead. He even thought he discovered an underground alien base in the desert. Concerned that Bennewitz's activities might inadvertently expose sensitive military projects or simply spiral into public hysteria, Air Force intelligence decided to step in. Richard Doty befriended Bennewitz and began feeding him an astonishing diet of false information. According to accounts revealed years later, Doty showed Bennewitz forged documents that confirmed his suspicions about aliens, gave him computer software supposedly tuned to translate the extraterrestrial signals, and spun elaborate tales about secret underground bases and alien government pacts. Bennewitz, already primed to believe, swallowed the stories eagerly, each fantastic claim by his AFOSI confidant only drove him deeper into paranoia. He spent nights perched with camera and antennas, watching for invading UFOs that weren't there, and days furiously typing notes about an alien threat that had been invented just for him. The Bennewitz disinformation campaign, as it later came to light, had tragic consequences. By the late 1980s, Paul Bennewitz was in a psychiatric hospital, having suffered a breakdown from the stress of the terrifying world he believed he'd uncovered. Only afterward did fellow UFO researchers learn that many of Bennewitz's wildest discoveries had been deliberately engineered by Doty and perhaps other intelligence operatives. In 1989, a well-known UFO investigator, William Moore, publicly confessed that he had cooperated with AFOSI agents in spreading phony UFO stories to Bennewitz. Doty himself, after retiring from the Air Force, eventually stated outright that he had hoaxed documents and concocted fake tales as part of his duties in that period. It was a stunning admission. U.S. agents actively manipulating the beliefs of American citizens about UFOs. But why? To hear Richard Doty tell it, his disinformation work was a strategic maneuver in the intelligence chess game. In the late Cold War, military projects like the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter were highly classified and also highly conspicuous to skywatchers when tested at night in the Southwest. Armies of ufologists camped outside bases, eagerly filming any unusual light in the sky. U.S. counterintelligence suspected that among these civilian UFO enthusiasts might lurk Warsaw Pact spies, picking up clues about advanced technology. The simplest way to neutralize that threat was to drown the truth in a sea of outlandish fiction. If a stealth aircraft test was mistaken for a UFO, so be it. In fact, better yet, by spoon-feeding credulous observers like Bennewitz with extraterrestrial narratives, Doty could ensure that anyone who stumbled upon real secret activities would sound too kooky to be taken seriously. It was a classic smoke and mirror ploy. One science writer later noted that Doty's stories dovetail very well with historical needs of that era. In other words, for the Air Force in 1980, having local UFO buffs convinced they were seeing alien craft rather than experimental drones or flight of the latest stealth plane was a desirable outcome. The disinformation had a purpose beyond mere mischief. Regardless of the motivations, Doty's action dramatically influenced UFO lore. Many of the most persistent conspiracy themes of the late 20th century trace back to the Doty-Bennewitz affair and its fallout. The notion of a secret underground alien base at Doty, New Mexico, now a staple in UFO mythology, sprang from Bennewitz's otherworldly findings, which was nurtured from disinformation. The infamous Majestic 12 documents, which surfaced in the 1980s, purported to be top-secret briefing papers about U.S. contact with aliens, are widely considered to be elaborate fakes. Some researchers suspect they were planted by insiders connected to Doty's circle. Those documents bore tantalizing government seals and signatures, and their mysterious appearance, either mailed anonymously to researchers or left as bait in archives, sent the UFO community into a frenzy. Yet, when the FBI quietly investigated Majestic 12, they quickly concluded the papers were completely bogus forgeries. No one was ever prosecuted for that hoax. To this day, some wonder if the Majestic 12 papers were another front in the psychological chess game, an attempt by someone in intelligence to muddy the UFO waters and see who would bite. Richard Doty, for his part, has both denied and hinted at involvement in various such leaks, maintaining an enigmatic smile about the whole saga. Some researchers believe Doty's operations were part of a larger pattern to weaponize belief in UFOs, not to hide the truth necessarily, but to bury it under so much noise that it could no longer be found. This practice of mixing authentic reports with invented ones, of seeding documents that were almost believable, has been compared to a magician's misdirection. Look here, not there. As the Doty episode illustrates, the UFO arena has been a playground for disinformation and psychological gambits. Over the years, a number of former officials and self-styled whistleblowers have suggested that some UFO incidents were deliberately manufactured or manipulated by intelligence agencies. Often, these claims are difficult to prove, lying in a twilight zone between fact and conspiracy theory. Yet, they persist, fueled by declassified snippets and the testimony of those who claim to have been on the inside. One recurring theme is the use of fake documents to seed false UFO narratives. The Majestic 12 paper were the most famous, but there have been others. For example, a set of Project Aquarius briefing documents in the 1980s that described secret meetings with aliens. These were shown to at least one investigative journalist at the time who was astonished until it became clear the files were not legitimate. Who fabricated such dossiers? Some fingers point to a group of intelligence operatives in the 1980s, Doty among them, who referred to themselves with code bird nicknames like Falcon and Condor. While the true identities and loyalties of these players remain murky, what's clear is that forged UFO records became a tool to manipulate belief. From the FBI's perspective, forging government documents is a crime. Yet, in the Majestic 12 case, when the Bureau discovered the hoax, it showed a peculiar lack of interest in finding the culprits. This inaction has led some observers to speculate that the hoax was tolerated or even quietly enabled by elements of the government as a convenient diversion. The idea is unsettling, a deception so successful that even law enforcement shrugged, perhaps because the myth served a strategic purpose. Beyond paperwork, there have been suggestions that actual UFO events witnessed in the field were sometimes staged. During the Cold War, intelligence agencies certainly studied psychological warfare methods, and it isn't entirely far-fetched that they might test a ruse involving a faux UFO. For instance, declassified CIA papers from the 1980s recount how the Soviet military was rattled by a supposed UFO attack on one of its units, a story that reads like pure science fiction and yet appears in official files. Some American analysts wondered if that incident was real or a bit of Soviet disinformation on their end. This back and forth of fake UFO tales wasn't limited to one side of the Iron Curtain. In the US, rumors occasionally surfaced about our own military experimenting with holographic projections or aircraft lighting to simulate UFO sightings as a way to observe public reaction. Such claims remain largely unverified and reside in the realm of speculation. However, credible researchers have documented at least one U.S. operation in the 1960s, Project Palladium, where intelligence agents simulated radar tracks and even phantom aircraft to confuse enemy defenses. If making illusory planes was possible, one might imagine the same tricks applied to the UFO phenomenon. This is the shadowy overlap, where UFO lore and Black Ops meet, and distinguishing truth from myth becomes a challenge. Importantly, many of the most dramatic allegations about UFO-related psy-ops come from the UFO community itself, sometimes from people who later turn out to be unreliable narrators. A healthy skepticism is warranted. There are tales of whistleblowers who turned out to be imposters, spinning tall tales for attention. Some well-publicized UFO document leaks have been revealed as hoaxes, orchestrated by private individuals rather than government agents. The UFO field has its share of self-inflicted disinformation. Still, the contribution of bona fide insiders like Doty and hints from documents pried loose via FOIA leave open the possibility of deliberate deception. We know for a fact that the U.S. Air Force and CIA in the 50s and 60s intentionally downplayed and obscured UFO reports to avoid panic and protect secrets. We know that in at least one case in the 80s, agents actively planted false UFO evidence. Thus, when former officials suggest that some later UFO flaps or sensational stories were part of a program, it cannot be entirely dismissed. The line between genuine mystery and manufactured illusions has always been thin in the UFO saga. No case better illustrates the fog of intrigue around UFO events than the Rendlesham Forest incident of December 1980. Rendlesham had all the hallmarks of a classic UFO encounter: credible military witnesses, physical trace evidence like ground impressions and elevated radiation readings, and even a memo written by the deputy base commander. In the decades since, Rendlesham has been pored over by investigators, and a number of prosaic explanations have been put forward. British skeptics note that a bright coastal lighthouse was visible through the trees and may have been mistaken for a hovering otherworldly light. Small forest animals might account for uncanny noises, and the supposed landing marks could well have been left by woodland creatures or old rabbit burrows. In other words, perhaps nothing extraordinary happened at all, just a series of misinterpretations under the adrenaline of Cold War guard duty. Many of the U.S. airmen, however, flatly reject such mundane explanations, insisting that what they saw and experienced was truly inexplicable and frightening. The clash between those perspectives has kept Rendlesham in endless debate. Layered atop this is the intriguing speculation that Rendlesham was not an alien event at all, but a psychological operation. One sensational story, which emerged years later, claimed that British Special Air Service SAS commandos had orchestrated the entire episode as a prank on the U.S. troops. According to this tale, the SAS had reasons to play a revenge joke. They'd allegedly been caught and roughed up by base security on a prior occasion while testing the facility's defenses, and were mockingly called unidentified aliens. In response, so the story goes, the British soldiers rigged lights, flares, and even remote-controlled kites with strange glowing objects to simulate a UFO landing in the forest. The aim was to send the Americans on a wild goose chase and embarrass them. It's a colorful theory, and indeed in 2018, a respected researcher, Dr. David Clark, reported he had heard this account from a supposed SAS insider. However, upon deeper investigation, Dr. Clark concluded that this SAS hoax story was likely a hoax in itself. In other words, someone may have fabricated the prank narrative as a way to explain Rendlesham, but without solid proof. It shows how even the explanation can turn out to be disinformation in the convoluted world of UFO. Another speculative angle is that Rendlesham might have been a deliberate test of military personnel, essentially a secret experiment to see how soldiers would react to a staged alien encounter. If true, this would amount to a psychological training exercise under the guise of a UFO event. There is no official evidence to support this scenario, but some of the airmen involved later recall being debriefed in unusual ways, including being told to stay silent and even allegedly having their memories tampered with. Such claims are hard to verify and drift into the lore of conspiracy. What we can say is that no government has ever owned up to hoaxing Rendlesham, and it remains an officially unexplained incident. Yet, the very fact that these theories, SAS pranks, mind games, or other subterfuge, have gained traction underscores a legacy of mistrust. Once a pattern of deception is known to exist, people will retroactively apply it as a lens to view unexplained events like Rendlesham. Perhaps nothing of the sort happened there, and it was simply misperception. But because we know intelligence agency did meddle in UFO narratives elsewhere, Rendlesham's mystery gets intertwined with suspicions of a cover-up story or test. In the end, Rendlesham Forest keeps its secrets, real or imagined, leaving us to wonder if we witnessed a genuine enigma or the echoes of a cosmic con trick. In the end, the story of CIA and UFOs is one of cautionary complexity. Real national security imperatives sometimes demanded secrecy, and yes, a bit of deceit regarding unidentified flying objects. those actions were taken by people who likely felt they were making the safest, most rational choice at the time. Yet, the legacy of those choices is a public that struggles to know when to trust what it's told. The truth is out there, but so are the lies. In the quiet hour of night, when one gazes up and wonders about the light moving silently overhead, it is worth remembering that the UFO saga has always been two stories intertwined. One story is the honest search for unknown phenomena. The other is the calculated use of the UFO myth as a tool, wielded by humans in a very terrestrial game of intelligence and illusion. Untangling these threads is not easy, but by reflecting on the confirmed patterns of the past and remaining skeptical of the sensational, we inch closer to understanding what is real in these accounts and what was merely the work of mirage makers. In that slow, methodical pursuit of truth, perhaps we find the most fitting end to this tale of secrets, dream, and deception under cosmic skies. As we return now to the forest, the wind rustles a little more uneasily. What if the lights were real, but the story we were meant to tell about them was planted? What if the mystery itself was a message, intended not for the public, but for the minds of those who guard the skies? Let us turn the page quietly. Chapter 9. Conclusion. In wrapping up this comprehensive journey through the Rendlesham Forest incident, we find ourselves in a reflective mood. We have traversed the calm December nights where it all began, walked step by step with the witnesses through dark woods, and sifted through the layers of testimony, evidence, and theories that have accumulated over the decades. What can we conclude from such an enigmatic story? It might be fitting that in a sleepy meditative telling like this, we embrace a bit of uncertainty, even wonder. Not every mystery yields a clear answer, but every mystery, especially one so rich as Rendlesham, yields insight into our world and ourselves. We've seen how human perception can be both sharp and yet fallible, how authorities respond to the unexplained with either curiosity or indifference, how a remarkable experience can bond people together or sometimes drive wedges between them, and how our desire to understand can persist a lifetime. As you lay back with eyes closed now, imagine the quiet forest once more. The tall pines stand against the winter night sky. A gentle breeze causes the branches to sway and creak softly. In the distance, the rhythmic flash of a lighthouse marks time, steady and indifferent. But in our mind's eye, maybe there is also an echo of those uncanny lights dancing between the trees, flickering in colors of red, blue, amber, offering a hint of something beyond the ordinary. We don't know for certain what John Burroughs and Jim Penniston saw gleaming in that clearing, or what Colonel Halt and his team chased across the fields. But the image lingers, a crimson orb hovering silently, suddenly darting off at impossible speed, as if acknowledging the awestruck human and playfully evading them. It's a scene that has played out in countless accounts across cultures and ages. Strange lights in the night, watchers beneath bewildered and forever changed. Whether one leans towards a mundane explanation or is convinced it was a cosmic encounter, the Rendlesham Forest incident continues to captivate our imagination. It invites us to question how much we truly know about our reality. It reminds us that late on a quiet night, in the most routine of places, we may yet find the extraordinary. As we conclude this narrative, allow yourself to ponder and then gently let go of the questions. In the end, perhaps the Rendlesham story is not only about solving a puzzle, but also about experiencing the sense of mystery itself. A mystery that can lull the busy mind into a contemplative calm. The forest is silent now. The witnesses have recounted their tales and faded back into the stream of life. The documents lie in archives, the tapes in drawers. And yet, somewhere in the dark expanse above, under the same stars that shone in 1980, the truth, whatever it may be, is out there, quietly waiting like a distant lighthouse beam to be seen. Sleep well, and perhaps in your dreams, wander those moonlit glades, fearless and curious, following the light wherever it may lead.